There we go. Wasn't letting me update the title on my end. Maybe it did it. Maybe it didn't save it, but it wasn't showing it on my end. But now it should be good. Okay. That's weird. Sorry. I'm having just like the darndest issues today already. No, I had a freaking corrupt Windows update happen like a week or two ago, and it just keeps telling me basically that I have like a Windows update that I need to do, and there's not actually a Windows update that needs to happen because it's already on the latest version of Windows, and it'll just randomly restart my PC. No, it's just I had a corrupt Windows update happen. So we've had some snowstorms that happened here, and my computer was in the middle of a Windows update last week, and our power went out in the middle of the Windows update, and I think it corrupted the Windows update when it happened, and so my computer's actually on the latest Windows update. But Windows keeps saying that there's a Windows update still, even though if I try to search for the Windows update now on my computer, it doesn't recognize that there is one. And I've even tried to image restore my computer to an earlier date to like try to remove the update and then reinstall it, and it won't let me. But my computer keeps telling me that there's a Windows update and it needs to install one, but then when it goes to install it, it says, oh, you're on the latest version, and then it doesn't install it. But then my computer will randomly restart. It'll be like, oh, we're restarting to install the update. And so that's what just happened. My computer restarted because it was like, oh, we're installing the update, and there isn't an update. So sorry about that. Yeah, I just got I forgot that that's still happening, so I just need to reinstall Windows. I'll do that tomorrow. So hopefully that doesn't happen again, but yeah, anyways. Yeah, we had a snowstorm last week, and it shut off my power in the middle of a Windows update, and it's just been funky ever since. So, yeah. But anyways, yeah, like I said, with the last account, that's kind of what I would do. Let me take a look at the, I have the comments on the stream, before it shut off. Definitely agree with the 3 marches. Awakened Heroes, but Armaments. Only really grading Armaments the best way for the last 6 months. Yeah, so it looks like that person was actually in the stream as well before it shut off. So that's what I would do, is just do the 3 infantry marches. You have your best armament sets already on those 3 as is. Just start with those. You have a 3.5 mil Marco here. You have a 5 mil Stella and a 3 or almost 4 mil Miyamoto. Do those 3 marches like I mentioned. Just run those for a bit. You're not really gonna lose on a lot of combat effectiveness. So you're gonna get a bit fewer kills because you're gonna be running 3 marches instead of 4. But you're gonna spend a lot less in resources healing because your 4th march that's gonna get targeted, instead of having a 4th march that's only 2 mil getting targeted and melted, and you're going to be going through resources extremely fast, trying to heal this march that is just not optimized, and you don't have a garage that supports it even. Yeah, you're going to be playing around your strength basically is the main point. So yeah, I would just continue with that. In terms of like armaments for it, get this to 5 stars, get this to 5 stars, get this to 5 stars. This is superb, so you'll have to just get that to 5 stars when you can. Same thing there. In terms of hones, let's see. I guess we start up here. Rally and garrisons is not good. Rally. You did say that you're a rally main, but I'm going to assume that that's probably on this one. So a couple things. I can see that, like you said, you are a rally player. If you are a rally player, take off the squad travel speed. It's a red squad travel speed, and that's great. It'll help you like keep up. But you only have 1 squad travel speed hone, or you have 2. You have 2 red travel speeds. So you have 15% travel speed, which is nice. However, when you go to rally, if this is your rally set as a 5 mil armament player, you have 2 red armament hones, and they're both travel speed. So when you go to rally into them, this is doing absolutely nothing for you in terms of like rallying into the tower. And so this could be, even if they were just gold 3% infantry attacks each, that could be 6% additional infantry squad attack that you would have on a rally or in the field that you just don't have. And when you go to rally into a tower, 15% travel speed isn't helping you at all. And in the field, 15%, like, it can kind of help you keep up. But you have to think about it, like riders are outpacing you. You know, you've got like Biancas, you've got what's it called, Lins that have move speed. You have Biancas, like everybody has move speed now as well. So really, like move speed is only really good for like Miyamoto adept marches if you need move speed, or rider marches. I would just say, like, in terms of like your infantry, especially like if you're an infantry rally player, garrison player, anything like that at all, just stay away from the travel speed. At this point, like red hones that have travel speed on them are just inflated power. I also noticed, let me see. I mean, you have 2 squad damage here. That's you're extremely lucky. That's insanely good. That's the one piece of advice I would say. Get rid of the 2 red squad travel speeds. Replace them with 2 gold infantry squad attack, lethality block, or defense hones. That additional 6. I mean, you got to think about it. Like if these were red infantry squad attacks, like that's 12% infantry squad attack you're missing out on. That's the difference of like. That's a red infantry part basically, like on your equipment worth of stats that you're missing out on for free, in terms of like when you go to rally into them. So I would do that, or if you think of it in terms of like lethality, you could have up to like 120 additional lethality or 120 block. It adds up if you're missing out on those things. So that's the one piece of advice I would say. On your other piece here, rally and garrison, I wouldn't mix together. If you're intending on this eventually replacing this here, stick to just either having rally or just garrison. Really, my best piece of advice is that if you're flexing into a rally and garrison role, is just get everything infantry and squad in terms of hones on all your pieces. So, for example, I'll show you on mine. So I play field, garrison lead, and rally lead. So on my hones, I have nothing but infantry squad or squad on all of my hones, with the exception of 2 garrison counter damage hones. Other than that, everything is infantry or squad. That way, I can use these hones, and they're 100% uptime and effective, whether I use it in the field, whether I use it in rallies, or if I use it in garrison. All of these hones themselves are going to be effective in every single role that I'm playing, and I would recommend that you would do the same. If you're flexing into different roles like garrison and or rally, I would do the same thing there and aim for that. I wouldn't take one thing that's a garrison hone, one thing that's a rally hone, because what that means is that when you go to garrison, this isn't effective. When you go to rally, this isn't effective. When you go into field, neither of these are effective. At what point does Marco become useful on the field? Is it 5.5.1.1? Is it useful enough to use him? 5 for sure is needed here. 5 for sure is needed here. I would say, honestly, like, it's tough because you really do need like the travel speed, and like this is like the only like stat buff that you get. But then this is also nice as well because this helps you like keep up with them. And this like helps make it to where all of your infantry marches keep up with them because it reduces the travel speed of everybody. So it's, I don't like, it's hard to say with Marco. Like you need this 100%. You really don't need this at all. I would say like you don't need his rage ability because you're reducing it by 80 rage isn't much because every rage skill requires 1,000 rage. So reducing it by not even 1/10 isn't really doing much at all. So you can skip dealing damage, get this to 5. So you can go 1-5. You can go like 1-5, 1-5 if you wanted to be able to keep up and keep up, have your actual stat buff, and be able to reduce HP. But I would say like 1-5-5-5 is really what you want. Like I would say like 1-5-5-5 at that point is like useful in the field. Then having the bonus damage is nice, like in order to awaken him. Have my workshop infantry tier 3 levels 12 attack. Oh yeah, let me look at your Oop. Went too far. Can you tell us the best heroes? That's too broad of a question. The best heroes for you are different for somebody else. I have Miyamoto, a Dut, and I need another march in the open field. What can I use for infantry? You can use anybody. Bodala, you can use Marco. I would stay away from Stella. I would stay away from Riven. You can use Eddie. You can use Robert. Those are probably going to be your other main four. Robert, Eddie, Bodala, and Marco. You can use Stella. I wouldn't recommend Riven because this requires you to be on Garrison. This requires you to be on Alliance territory. This requires you to deal counterattacks. This requires you to take skill damage. Half of this requires you to rally. This requires you to be counterattack, or this requires you to be attacked. Half of this requires you to be rallying. This requires counterattacks. Like, yeah, that's why I would stay away from those two. But really, Bodala, Marco, Miyamoto. So yeah, Bodala, Marco, Miyamoto, Adut, Robert, and Eddie are your main ones, with a flex of Tom for buffing your marches, debuffing enemy marches, Thunder for debuffing enemy marches. If I added the Dino skin again, want an infantry buffed legendary skin, but it's like $500. Does the Dino skin buff infantry? I thought it was Rider. Yeah, it's Rider, isn't it? I thought the infantry one is the Halloween one from 2 years ago. Yeah, this one buffs infantry. This one does ranged, right? Yeah.
Remember my name, or we'll meet again.
Let's see. Yeah. I got the Dino one when it first came out, but that's because my account was actually originally a Rider. I got these to gold and this to gold before these were all purple. Or these were purple and these were purple. Marco's not that good hero, but now every wheel is using him. So I didn't say that. So here's the thing. So if you go back to the video, it's not that Marco isn't a good hero. It's the value. It's the value for the spend. You kind of answered the question that you have with the you kind of answered your question with your question. You put on there every whale is using him, and that's the point, is that my video explained that the cost for Marco is expensive. So if a hero costs twice as many hero relics to unlock them, and it costs 680 golden hero fragments in order, so if it costs 680 of these to awaken a hero, it's going to cost 1,360 to awaken Marco. For 1,360 fragments, you get 0 infantry specific stats. So Marco can technically be used with any march, so you can use them with riders, ranged, infantry, doesn't matter, which is nice, but you only get a 27% attack buff. On top of that, you get a useless awaken skill because you don't need healing. That doesn't matter who you put them behind. This is useless. The shield is nice. Reducing the travel speed is nice because this will make it to where you can keep up with people. This is the best part of his kit, so you want to pair him with somebody that'll get targeted, and then he deals damage. He's decent. The best part of him out of anything is that he reduces the HP of enemy marches by 47%, and that is a huge debuff, an extremely huge debuff, and he's great. My point that I made in the video is that for 1,360 golden fragments, it is not worth it for the average player. If you did the Metal Slug event, you still had to spend a copious amount of money to get those hero fragments. Now that the Metal Slug event is done, you have to spend 2 golden hero fragments for every 1 fragment of his that you're going to get, as opposed to new heroes coming out. Like for example, like where's she at? Chasey on Garrison is doing extremely well. The trades that she's doing on Garrison are amazing. You could invest into Chasey and take much better trades, get more favorable kills, those types of things for far less power, and just get far better reports investing into a Chasey Garrison than you would into a Marco for far less fragments, basically, that kind of a thing. Advise dots. Advise dots for Garrison, Chasey, and Felix? What are dots?
What are you planning to do to me now that you've caught me?
When I hear dots, I'm thinking of like an MMO and damage over time. So, like, what are dots? I mean, Garrison talents for Chasey, you're just running this right here. Because this is going to give you skill damage reduction, skill damage reduction, skill damage reduction. If you're getting multi-rallied, it's going to give you additional damage reduction, rage regeneration, skill damage increase for Felix, and then HP. That's pretty much it. These are the talents I would use for Chasey Garrison. Which hero or heroes do you think are both Siege or Garrison strong, but also... For flexing, Bodala is good for rallying and field. Eddie is great for rallying and field. I mean, really, other than that, like Juliet, like, I mean, like, just thinking of you specifically with like infantry. Other than that, like, Julia is amazing for rallying and field. Louis is great for rallying, Garrison, and field. Bard is great for rallying, and then now with his weapon, field. Chasey is great for Garrison and field. Marco is great for rallying, Garrison, and field. Or Felix, where is he at? Rally, Garrison, and field. What are the best characteristics for her and her weapon? So, I mean, the first one, because... So, here. The first one, because you get 15% basic attack damage reduction. So, you want that one for sure. The second one... what is this? I should say first, second, third, fourth. So, I went first, third, and fourth for the skill Transcendence. Third, because the basic attack damage increase, and then the basic attacks have a 30% chance to reduce AoE damage taken, and then let me see, fucked with silence. I think that was it. Yeah, it was just the increase in basic attack damage, and then the basic attacks having a chance to reduce AoE damage taken, because that actually reduces the damage from Bard and the damage from Louis rallies, since they're both AoE attacks. And the way that those skills actually like work or operate in the game, it actually reduces those damage by quite a bit and substantially. So those actually reduce that skill damage by quite a bit. So that one, and then this one here. I went this one for the increased percentage chance to deal bonus damage, and then to inflict charm, basically. So it goes from 10% to 25%, so that it's 150% increase basically in the chance to do so. And then finally you can do that one.
What are you planning to do to me now that you've caught?
Combos with Chasey? I go Chasey Bella on mine. I do Chasey Bella. Chasey Bella in the field and arena and everything else. Reason for that is, I can show you, is that so increases skill damage by 7.5% for 6 seconds after using a skill. So what ends up happening here is that Chasey will use her rage skill, and then for 6 seconds after that, her skill damage is increased by 7.5%. So immediately after she uses her skill, Bella's going to use her skill. So this is actually increased by 7.5%. So essentially, yeah. And then from there, increases the target damage taken by 20% for 3 seconds. Chasey is dealing continuous damage for 5 seconds, so it's kind of like they kind of just feed into each other. She uses her rage skill, which then increases the skill damage that Bella does. But then after she uses her rage skill for the next 3 seconds, the target takes 20% more damage, which she's dealing increased damage for the next 3 seconds as well. So they're taking 20% more damage, which feeds into Chasey's bonus damage as well. So that's the pair that I use. How's Riven Victor for Garrison G50? Riven Victor is one of the highest, well, actually probably the highest infantry garrison based damage that you can deal. Yeah, with infantry garrison. Riven and Victor is like the way to go, I would say. You might be able to outpace that with Riven Stella, but okay, so Riven Victor I would use on single target garrison. I wouldn't use Riven Victor for multi-rally garrison simply because there's not enough defense there to uphold a multi-rally garrison with Riven Victor. You're just going to take too much damage. I would still just use Rigoro Riven because of the rage regeneration from multi-targets. Up to 60 rage per turn because of 3 rallies, so 20 rage per turn per enemy, so 3 rallies, 60 rage per turn. But on single rally targets, so like your island raids, your Genesis War, or if you are only taking a single rally in AR, then yeah, Riven Victor does amazing. Doesn't really matter what G bracket you're in. Which one should be the first transcended skill for Stella? Depends. If you're if you're choosing I would say I'm trying to remember because hold on, I gotta see what her skills were like without transcendence. I think if I remember right, I think this one is the one that you want to do. Yeah, I would go this skill first. I would do Battle Dance first for Transcendence, and it's because you have a 20% increase on your counterattacks to get a War Wheel stack, increasing up to, or with a chance of getting two per second, because a lot of her damage comes from her final performance skill, right? Like you can see this deals a lot of damage. So the fact that you can increase this from 30% to 50%, that's almost 100% increase in the chances to be able to get that. I would do that. Now, there's also one misconception on this game of how chance to get something works. When somebody hears there's a 50% chance to get something, they think, oh, if I don't get it this turn, I have a 100% chance to get it next turn. That's not how it works. You have a 50% chance to get it this turn, you might not get it. Then you have a 50% chance to get it next turn, you might not get it. Then you have a 50% chance to get it the next turn after that, you might not get it. You could go 4 or 5 seconds straight of not getting a War Wheel stack at all, or 4 or 5 seconds of getting a War Wheel stack every second. So because of that, I would increase the chance of you getting a War Wheel stack every second first. So going from 30% to 50% chance is the first thing that I would do. So I would increase this first. Please show me what you have in your Chasey gear. What are the best stats to get for... let's see. Hold on. I got to scroll up. There are a lot of you in here. 1 second. Wonder if they'll add Dark Seal again in the game. It's quite boring without it. I hope they do as well. I also hope that they add kill points back to Top Commander. Finally, spurge a little on Bloody Brandy for purple. Nice. Can you show me your Miyamoto talents? Miyamoto talents are the same as Adut and everybody else. I go this here. I can kind of flex this a bit. Sometimes I'll take travel speed. Sometimes I'll take this to reduce the enemy travel speed so I can keep up. So this changes. Like, see, sometimes I go like this. Like, I don't really need the extra defense, for example. Sometimes I'll flex this here so then I can get the bonus travel speed and then reduce the enemy travel speed as well. This helps all my marches keep up. So I would say that this is probably what I mostly use for my Miyamoto in the field. Same thing with a Dut. Please show me what you have in your Chasey gear. What are the best stats? Sure. I'm not Chasey Garrison focused by any means at all. I'm 100% an infantry garrison player, so this is literally just for field. But you can use, like, for Chasey Garrison, like, you want just rider or squad specific attack, block, lethality, or defense. Probably more with an emphasis on defense or block, because Chasey's biggest weakness is the fact that, like, she pumps out a shit ton of damage and she can scale with attack and lethality really well. But the minute that she gets swarmed on a tower or multi-rallied especially, she gets punished pretty hard. She can hold multi-rallies fairly well, but if she gets swarmed on top of it, she gets punished. So if you can pump more defense or more block into a Chasey Garrison, I would do that. Garrison basic attack damage hones are also really nice as well, for obvious reasons, because she is doing a lot of basic attack damage with her scaling. So Garrison basic attack damage is also a good hone to chase. But yeah, I would say like high block, high defense, if you're going Garrison with Chasey, is good. But of course, with the high basic attack damage, you're going to scale with attack and lethality really well also. But if you do choose to go the route of high damage, just be prepared to be a glass cannon and get swarmed and get nuked. My thought process of that is that I've been playing MMOs for a long time, and glass cannons are the same no matter what game you play, whether it's an MMO or a MOBA or anything else. You will deal high damage, but you will get nuked very quickly. And so you may be dealing high damage, but if you don't last or live that long, your damage output isn't going to be lasting that long either. So if you're dealing, say, 5,000 damage consistently, and you can keep that damage up for a long period of time, or you're dealing 10,000 damage, but you can only keep it up a third of that time, when you chart that out, that 5,000 damage is actually going to be more damage because you're dealing that damage over an elongated period of time, and it's more consistent, where the 10,000 damage is just burstier, and then in a third of that time, the tower breaks, basically. So I wouldn't chase and just pump all of your numbers into damage with Chasey Garrison. If you can, I would actually do more of like a 40-60 split, where you do 40% into attack and lethality, and then actually do like a 40-50, do like 40% into attack and lethality, 50% into defense and block if you can, and then 10% if you can chase Garrison basic attack damage. I'm range main. I use Lynn, Bianca, Chun with Lewis, and Julia with Bard. What do you think is a good? I know Chun's pretty bad in surviving, but as a range main, that's all I have as an option. So Josh, I'm pretty good friends with Apes Leader from 59. I don't know if he's in 59M or 59. Yeah, Apes Leader. So you're just like Apes Leader in this case. So Apes Leader actually runs, I don't know if it's 3. I know it's at least 3, but it may be 4 now. But 3 ranged marches. So I like Lynn and Bianca. Yeah, like you're doing it just the same way I would. And honestly, since I'm not in that same boat or bucket, you could always message Apes Leader and he can give you a report to show you what he runs. But if I remember right from all my times playing with him, against him, talking with him, and just being friends with him in general, that's the exact same setup that he runs. Lynn Bianca, Chun Louis, Julia Bard. And that would be your best option as is if you're going to run 3 ranged marches. Chasey for Garrison, so Chasey Victor, Chasey Felix. Those are your best pairs. I like Chasey Victor. Chasey Felix does extremely well also because of the bonus basic attacks, the bonus stats, that kind of a thing. But I like Chasey Victor does extremely well also because of the high HP, 37% HP is what you're going to get out of it. And then high attack. And then the skill, the high rage regen gives a high amount of damage to Victor as well. So Chasey Victor and Chasey Felix. Yeah, that sounds about right, Arum. It's all based on luck. Speaking of Chasey, what sequence would you transcend her skills? I started with the HP bump. So Chasey for Transcendence, I would do I would do, where's it at here? So I would do the first one first because you get the flat 15% basic attack damage reduction. And then from there, you really can go either one of these. I went this one because the basic attacks have a 30% chance to reduce AoE damage taken. Here's the thing. If they rally into you with a Louis or a Bard, which odds are they're going to rally into you most of the time with a Bard, but sometimes a Louis as well, deals damage to up to 3 enemy targets in a circular area. When you're the target in a tower in Garrison, it looks like this is dealing damage to you directly. It's not. You're actually just one of those 3 targets in a circular area, so you're actually the target of an AoE. So this AoE damage reduction here actually is reducing that damage that Bard is dealing to you. So this 20% damage reduction to AoE, it's not a flat 20% damage reduction to Bard. It's scaled down, so it's not like a 20% skill damage reduction. It's more like a 10% skill damage reduction. But this directly reduces the damage that you take from Bards and Louis. So I would take this one. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4 is what I would do in terms of Transcendence order. Have you seen the Mega Whale? Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen the videos on him. Yo, what's up, hi guy? How you doing? What is War Will? It's just a passive. What would you call it? Mechanic basically on Stella. Right here, War Will. War Will stacks. Now has red parts. Dude is a madman. Region 6. Yep. Will you post a video from the stream? No, Chasey first. Chasey first because for one, the talent tree. Skill talent tree, high rage regen. You also get the reduction in skill damage taken. The rider talent tree. So this is the talents that I would run with Chasey Garrison. Reason being, 6% skill damage reduction here, 15% skill damage reduction here is 21%, 16% here, 37% skill damage reduction if you run this talent tree right here. On top of that, you get rage regen here, 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 flat damage reduction here if you get flanked, increase in skill damage for your secondary pair here. So for like Victor's, Felix's, that kind of thing. Yo, tell your son I said hey. Thanks, Don. Hey, appreciate it, Valen. Oh, nice. That's dope, man. Hope you're doing well. I saw a couple other people send me your stuff, so let me take a look. Okay. I'm infantry doing a little bit of everything. Yeah, let's see what you are. 174. Infantry, nice. You got a good balance going on here. What I would recommend if you're going infantry, gold part your HP first. Go your HP on go HP. Anybody watching this video for your parts, go HP first on your stats. With the one exception of if you're ranged, I would say if you're ranged, you can go attack first if you wanted to. But especially if you're infantry, white part your HP first, please. You'll thank me later. And the reason being is just because it's the hardest stat to chase. It scales the hardest. Your troops go heavily wounded, lightly wounded, or dead when they run out of HP. So the more HP you have, the longer it takes for them to get there. Let's see. So what do we got here? Hero. Well, let's look at this first. This is good. Let's look at your down here. 1712. That's good. So what I would recommend, let's take a look at your alliance. You're at 3.9 bill. So odds are you're doing probably fairly well. I would say that probably based on your matchups, I would say that 90% of the people that you run into don't have higher firepower than your protection. So what I would do in this case is that since you have, you're running a little bit of everything, and I do see at least a ranged here, I would get these to level 5. I told this to somebody earlier. Get these to level 5 at least, because you have 2 here that are protection, 1 that are firepower. So let's just say that you get these to level 5. So this is level 2, these are level 1. So 2 protection, 1 firepower. So if you come into the workshop and you go base level 1 to level 5, that's 120 jump times 2 is 240. So you'll get 120 and 240 in your stats by just getting those to level 5, and it'll be really cheap to do as well instead of trying to climb up the infantry ladder or trying to grow your infantry one. So with a 120 jump and 240 in 120 firepower, 240 protection, you can get this to 1850, and you'll get this to about 1500. Then you'll move it up to about 95% of players. You'll be higher in protection, and you'll scale your firepower as well. For armaments, looks good. So you have about a 4 mil Adut, 3.5 mil Robert. In terms of like leveling up your armaments, looks like you're doing good here. Just get this one to 5-star. That's superb. So we'll just slow push it, slow push. So yeah, get this to 5-star, and then get gold pieces to replace these. Let's look at your hones. Rally, garrison, rally, garrison. So yeah, the only piece of advice, kind of the same thing to the other individual I was talking about, is that you said that you're doing a little bit of everything. Here's my feedback. All right, red hones. Okay, you have a red rally and a red garrison. If you go field, this you can just eliminate this line. This does nothing for you. This does nothing for you. So you go into the field, you have 3 active hones out of 5. You go into the field with this, you have 4 active hones. You have 2 active hones. You have 4 active hones, 4 active hones, 4 active hones. So if you're doing a little bit of everything, if you're rallying, garrisoning, and doing field, I would just mimic what I'm doing. And this isn't like, oh, I'm boasting or nothing like that. It's just simply like it's the most effective thing to do. I have everything on mine is squad or infantry with the exception of 2 garrisons, and it's mostly because I am our infantry garrison lead player. So I have 2 garrison counter damage hones, but everything else is infantry or squad. And the reason for that is that infantry and squad-based hones are going to be effective in rallies and garrisons or in field. So when I go into the field, all of these hones are active. When I go into rallies, all of these hones are active. And when I go into garrison, all of these hones are active. They're all doing something for me. When I go into rallies, this line is gone. When I go into fields, this line is gone. Same thing for this line, but in every other situation, every other line is active. As opposed to if you go into a rally or go into if you go into the field, for example, you're going to lose out on every rally and garrison home that you have. It's red, but I am not a fan of what I call empty power, right? Just because it's a red home does not mean that you should keep it. If it's not serving you, it's not doing you well, right? Like even this 2.5% squad attack, if you had 2.5% here and 2.5% here, that's 5% more attack or defense that you'd be bringing into the field, into a rally, into garrison, whatever it may be. So if you feel that you're doing a hybrid mix of everything, I would say aim to have infantry or squad in every single hone slot. It's going to suck. It's a hard pill to swallow to see yourself get rid of red hones. I know, I've been there, I've done that. But it's you can't look at this value here, because really what you have to imagine is that you just have to cross this out, because like when you go into the field, this value doesn't exist. This value doesn't exist. It may be red on paper, but it doesn't exist in the field. So find something that serves you in terms of like infantry or squad, and just I would go with that. Let's see. Which hero should I awaken first? Bodala, Eddie, or Robert? They are all on 0. I would go Bodala first. Most flexibility there. You can use Bodala on single target garrison. Even on base garrison, if you wanted to. You can use Bodala as a tank rally, but then he's also great in the field. You can use him as a buff march in the field. You can use him as a debuff march in the field, tank march in the field. There's just a lot of flexibility. I would run Bodala. Second, I would run Eddie. Eddie is great in the field as well because he debuffs when awakened. At the same time, he's also great for rallies also. So in order, I would do it the exact same way you typed it. I would do Bodala first, Eddie second, Robert third. Happy New Year's. I'll send a review report again, Z. When you can, please let me know what you think. Region 164. Flask and compass parts work. Hold on. I think there's a mistranslation here. If anybody is reading this and knows what this means, please let me know. Uh, 164. 164. Don. 164. Okay. Infantry main, awaken to Dutton Louis, play field, fill rally and garrison. Okay, so your filler field will awaken to Dutton Louis. Me and Eddie next week. Okay. Garage wise, only piece of advice: get everything to tier 3. For anybody that's new in the stream and just tuning in, I'll show you why. Tier 1 level 3 is higher than the max level 2. Level 2, or tier 2 max is 266. Level 1 is 278. First piece of advice: if you can and when you can, get everything to tier 3 level 1. That's the first piece of advice. I'm just going to put a period here so this goes to the top. And then you said that you're an infantry main, right? Yeah, okay. So you have a 3.3. Okay. Yeah, so same thing here. So you made mention that you're mostly a field player and then you fill rallies and such. Red hones, empty power. You're not using this garrison basic attack and you're not using this rally attack in the field, especially because this is on a device. On device armament pieces, they're the only pieces that can roll squad damage or squad damage reduction. These hones net you so much more power than any of these other hones in terms of max value. For example, this 3.8% squad damage, even though it's gold, nets me more power than these red hones up here above. So what you're actually doing is you're actually shooting yourself in the foot by having these hones on your armament set. And especially on your device, because for one, you're not actually using them in the field, and two, you're kind of bottlenecking yourself from the potential of having a squad damage or squad damage reduction hone on them, even gold ones. So I would get rid of these hones first and replace them with infantry or squad specific hones, or even squad damage or squad damage reductions. Same thing here with this rally attack. That's what I would do first. Other than that, the other hones look good. You can keep the squad travel speed red. Over time, I would eventually replace that because you only have one of those hones. So 7.5% squad travel speed isn't going to be the make or break of you keeping up with marches. And so it ends up being an empty power hone as well. So over time, I'd replace that. But I wouldn't replace that until like way later. So my advice, start by getting rid of the empty hones that aren't serving you. So those three hones themselves, the rally and the garrison. It's going to suck. It's going to lower your power a little bit. But again, low power or some power is better than no power at all. And those empty hones aren't doing and serving you anything at all. From there, I would start with a baseline. If you have seen my other videos, and it looks like you're already off to a really good start. You have a 2.4% squad attack here. I would get that to at least a 3% or a 30. At that point, you've got some that are at 32, 33, 32, 33, and 3%. You can get those to at least 35 or 3.5% or above, and then work your way up. But really, other than that, just get these to gold when you can. Get this to 5-star, get these to 5-star, and then get those to gold and replace. That's pretty much it. Like you're in the right mindset. Looks like your hones are in the right place. Other than that, yeah, you're doing well. Subscribing, thanks. I would ask a question. In Magoro's talent tree, wild rage when you're coming 8 rage 1 attack. We haven't. This is a question that I've actively asked the devs, because it's kind of hard to track because you don't really see the rage independently, because the rage is up to 1,000, so it's harder to measure on a smaller scale, and it's harder to see it in the combat logs also. I haven't gotten a solidified answer yet, but once I do, I will let you know. Yeah, that's fine, Mark. That's what I'm here to do. Range rally leader, this is you. Okay. Let's see. All in all, you're in the right mindset. So you want to suggest to me what to change. So I wouldn't suggest you change anything. What I can suggest is how you move forward, right? And what I can suggest for how you move forward is how you're going to climb your power from where you are now at 3.9 mil to 5 mil the fastest. And the fastest way you're going to do that is you're going to take the lowest values that you have. So what I would do is I'm going to go line by line here, right? 2.3, anything that you see at 2% or 20. So 2.3, 2.5, 2.4, 2.8, 2.3, 2.5, 29, 29, 2.4, 2.6. Then you're going to start with the lowest, which is your 2.3s, right? And your 2.5s, 2.4. You're going to start at the bottom. So you're going to go 2.3, 2.3, then you're going to go 2.4, 2.5, 2.5, 2.4, right? You're going to go up in order. You're going to start at the lowest and you're going to replace it. So with 2.3s, you're going to rehone this until you get something that is higher than that, right? So you're going to aim for, hopefully, at least a 3% or higher squad defense, ranged attack, squad attack, or 30 or higher ranged attack, ranged lethality, squad lethality, ranged block, or squad block, right? And you're going to go for a baseline here. You're going to take all of your 2% or 20 values, and you're going to get them to at least 3% or 30 in value. And what I mean by that is that all of these 20 values, you're going to aim for at least a 30 or 35 block or lethality. And then all these 2% values, 2 point something, you're going to aim for a 3 point something. And you're going to get everything to a 3% or higher baseline value, or 30 value or higher baseline. Then from there, once you have all those values to at least that, you're going to go do the exact same thing with 3%, but aim for 3.5% or 35. And you're just going to start and just create basically milestones or baselines. And if you do that and do that incrementally, what you're doing is you're taking your lowest value and you're giving yourself the highest range value and setting yourself up for success. Because what happens, is that you go into here, you go to hone attributes, you have a range, right? You have from, you have from 0.5% to 5%, 7 to 65, right? Like that's your range. So if you're at like a 2.3, you have to think that the range is 2.3 to 5, as opposed to you rehoning a 3.6 to 5. So being down at 2.3, you have a higher chance to get something that is a net increase in power, or increasing your overall combat effectiveness. So if you start at the bottom, you get the highest chance, and also the highest chance for a higher power increase by starting at the bottom. So you do that, and that's exactly what I did on my infantry set and on my range set as well, until I had a baseline, and you can see it here. I had a baseline of 3, and then it's harder to do here. I actually just got this IE augmenter. I got it to 5-star recently, but I did that on here until I had a baseline of 3. Then I got it to a baseline of 4, and you do that, and then all of a sudden you wake up and you're at 7 or 6 mil power, and that's what I would do in your case, to take it from where you're at now. But in terms of like hones and stuff, you're in a really good place. I would stay away from rally counter damage. I would, especially if you're like a ranged or rider rally player, I would go for rally basic attack damage, or rally skill damage and rally attack. But mostly just, yeah, range squad attack or squad attack and squad defense and such, which you've already done. So your hones are perfect. They're in the right place. You have 650 lethality, good block to match it. Yeah, no, this is perfectly honed. This is exactly what I would do as well. Like I said, I would do the baseline part next. You should see yourself go from 4 to 4.5 mil extremely quickly if you do that. Compass and flask from message and rush and go for compass and canteen parts on backpack. Oh, thank you. Okay. So okay. Gotcha. Thank you. So let me go back to that message and tell me how parts work. Sure. So squad damage and squad damage reduction. So squad damage and squad damage reduction is a collective of all forms of damage that you deal and forms of damage that you take. In the game, there are 3 forms of damage. There is basic attacks, there are counter attacks, and there's skill damage, right? Now, there's 3 numbers that pop up, and you can see these in combat logs. When you are attacking somebody, you are dealing a basic attack. That's killing troops. You are dealing counterattacks, and then you are also dealing, let me find one. Skill damage. So what squad damage and squad damage reduction is a collective of all 3. The reason why a white parted squad damage is 11%, and a white parted skill damage is 15%, the reason why it's so much higher is because squad damage is a collective of skill damage, basic attack damage, and counter damage. So it's you're increasing the damage of all 3 as opposed to just increasing the damage of 1. So and you have to think of that kind of flipped here for squad damage reduction. You're not just reducing the damage that you take when someone deals a basic attack to you or a counter attack to you or skill damage. You're reducing the damage of all 3. Hopefully that answers that. Is that small difference in T2 to T3 warrant the 100 T3 BP cost to open, though? Would you not be better off those BP in your focused vehicle parts? Absolutely. So the reason for that is because you open it up for down the road. So I see where you're talking, hi guy, about like, oh, you could use the blueprints to kind of move it up the chains here. But the point is that eventually you're going to want to get all these to tier 3 anyways. So you do an early investment to get yourself to a baseline of having all 3 at tier 3, because once you have it all to tier 3, you start at a baseline of 278, right? By doing that, you're at 278 times 3. So you're at what is that, like 810 or something like that? 810 firepower and protection, just starting off from all 3 of them. And then from there, you can then solo invest into whatever, like if you want to just do infantry, attack, and defense, whatever have you. And then there's other optimizations at that point that you can do. So for example, if you take a look, you can see that you get 3% jumps from here. So from 12 to 16, 3% jump, 3% stat jump, 3% stat jump. Then at level 16, it cuts down to 2.5%. So actually, like there's if you really want to get into the technicalities, there's like certain optimizations where they'll tell you like stop at like level 15 and such. That's how you like get to the technicalities of like really like the in-depth. But for the sake of the discussion, yes, it is the most optimized to get all of them to a baseline tier 3, and then use your blueprints to get what you want to about a level 10. So like if I was infantry based, I would get both of these to level 10. And then from there, I would get the other individual parts to like level 5. So level 10 if I'm infantry focused, and then level 5. That would give me like in terms of like, especially depending on like what bracket you're in, if you're like in the G20s plus, you would be better set than 95% of the players that you would be matched against, simply because players are not typically optimized or focused like that. And the amount of resources that you have to spend beyond level 10 to go from level 10 to level 15, you would spend more resources going from here to here just in the one getting from level 10 to 15 than you would getting all four of these from level 1 to level 5. And then from level 10 to level 15, you would see an increase of 280 total squad protection, as opposed to going from level 1 to level 5 here. You see 120. 120 times 4 is 480. So you would get 480 total getting 4 of those to level 5, or 280 going from here to here. For far more resource spend, you would get 280 here, 280, or 480 here for spending about a third of the resources. So it's very tricky, but yes, setting yourself up for a baseline tier 3 across the board is the most optimized to go. A question regarding the workshop upgrades is ranged rally leader. How should I allocate my ranged upgrades in the workshop, please? So ranged rally, you want to get the damage bonus. You don't really care too much about the damage taken, because typically you're going to be like the second or third rally set onto a target. In Genesis War, you typically have an ally, so you'll be the second rally hitting, like, you know, the Science Hub, or in Archipelago Raid, you're the second or third rally hitting the tower typically, so you're not tanking the tower itself. So with ranged rallies, what I would recommend is that that's the light protection, sorry. What I would recommend here is that you would actually just run straight for level 12 if you can, and then from there get your protection to level 10, and then after that, after you have 12 and 10, take this 12 and get it straight to level 16, or at least level 15. Well, yeah, really level 16, because you can see this is a 3.5% jump. You see this 34 to 37.5%. That's a 3.5% attack jump. You don't have a 3.5% jump. It goes right here, 3.5% jump, then 3% jump, 3% jump, 3% jump, 3.5%. Then it drops to 2.5%. Get this to level 16 on your attack, then start catching up in your defense again. Or what you can do is if you really like want to scale your range damage up, go into the attack of the infantry one and the rider one and get those to like level 8 or level 10 to take your firepower and scale it, and that'll multiply your range damage by a lot. You're going to miss out on some ranged attack by not getting this up, but your firepower scaling by getting this to like level 10 to 558 from 278, that's going to increase it by 560 if you increase it for infantry and rider. That'll give you a shit ton of damage, is what I'm getting at. How should I upgrade the workshop? I have saved enough to get my infantry attack to 10, or should I upgrade my defense? Oh, yeah. Okay, I think I answered some of those. Let's start going back to this real quick. Please give me the basic talents of Thunder Peterson. I'm assuming that's Thunder Peterson. So that's the thing, is that I use so many different talents. I wouldn't even use this because this is specific to my pants. I can use one of these, I guess. Was that you? There you go. Infantry focus, right? Okay, hold on. What are your thoughts on the next bio-animal thing? I think it's fucking retarded, man. I think it's fucking stupid. I think they need to stop releasing content in the game and spend 6 months, fix their network. Okay, the events that they have are already unsustainable. Anybody that plays in G1 to 5 that has the massive fights know that it's extremely buggy and laggy as it is, that the servers are not stable enough to handle the massive fights that they already have. I think that they need to spend time, resources, and money fixing their game, updating their game, making like server stability to the game itself. From there, they need to invest time and money into optimizing their game itself, like reviewing their heroes, making sure that everything works. So like on my last video, reporting the Stella bug, that like the skills aren't working and stuff. Spend some time and resources just investigating your heroes and whatnot, just making sure that everything works properly. And really, like, you've just released content after content after content. You've done garages, you've done armaments, you doubled the max level in garages in the last few months after releasing them. Like you know, you've brought out like the hero weapons, you brought out the hero skins, like you've brought out so much new content already that new players within the last 6 months are just being completely overwhelmed. Even the last year are completely overwhelmed because longtime players are overwhelmed. So I would say, like, just give your game a year to just saturate. Like, let your game saturate for a year to where players can catch up on the components and the aspects of the game that already exist. And just like let your game catch up. Like, just because your top spenders have already maxed out the game does not mean that you need to just like tune your game to the top 0.01% of the game. That doesn't matter. They may be your top 0.01% of the game, but that shouldn't dictate the other 99.9% of the player base. That's how you drive your game into the game or into the ground. I'm sorry, but that is just that's poor marketing, and that I don't know. That's just poor direction of the game, in my opinion. I would still get all prints, yes, to tier 3. And the reason for that is simply just because, again, you may only be running infantry and ranged, but your tier 2 caps out at 266. Your tier 3 starts at 278. To go from 278 to 398 here at level 5, it's extremely cheap to do in terms of resources. But if you do that for your rider firepower and protection, that's 266 to 398. That's 138 bonus in both. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it's very cheap to do. And it's just the fact that you open up the possibility and the potential down the road to go up this chain, because you have to think about it. If your infantry and ranged base, at some point in time, you're going to have your infantry and ranged firepower and protection, everything to level 10 or level 15, and it's going to get expensive to do. And it's going to get to the point where you're like, wow, it's not worth 10,000 of these and 100 of these for each and every upgrade that you do, when you could spend 10,000 of these and 500 of these, and all of a sudden you get 400 or 300 in terms of like just upgrading your riders, protection and weapon kit or mod tech, whatever have you, or light weapon kit and mod tech from level 1 to level 8 or whatever have you. Small investment, high amount of firepower and protection return. You may not be using them, but that damage scaling from that bonus firepower or that extra protection, basically mitigating your enemy from having that bonus damage, helps your infantry and your range marches. So you may not be using them directly, but the fact that it benefits your other marches with firepower and protection is still something to keep in mind and use. Where was I at here? Can I check your parts? I'm an infantry player. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, there's nothing to really comment on here. Like, you have high move speed, 16%. So, I mean, if that's serving you well, it's serving you well. Yeah, I mean, you have good hones. You don't have any rally or garrison specific ones, so that's good there. If this is your garrison set, because I saw garrison here, if this is your garrison set, great. Take off the rally one, because I see garrison here. I would take off the rally specific hone here if this is your garrison set. You do have one ranged one here. And if this is your garrison set, I would remove the squad travel speed. Other than that, yeah, no, it's honed well. If you're using this in the field also, I would get rid of all garrison and rally hones and speed hones, and then just have everything infantry and squad. Hold on, Terminator, I see you as well. We got here. Would be better to focus on getting like true attack to as high as possible, or try to getting both, say level 10 on attack and defense on your vehicle. You really want to do both, and part of it also depends on like what role you're playing. So like, for example, if you're playing Garrison, so like actually I think I need to like pull up an arena report here so you can actually like see. Actually, I can probably just pull up like a this works. Oh wait, no, that's not what I want. Squad buff. So I have 2800 and 2100, right? They're more balanced than I am. So in terms of like Garrison, like I need to get mine up. Because I have like, so I went higher in firepower. Initially, I had much higher protection than I had firepower, but then I also built up a ranged rally set as well. And so what I ended up doing is kind of shifting my focus from just protection over firepower to much higher firepower than protection, because I had a ranged rally set and the range damage just scales much higher with that. Also, what I kind of kept in mind is that I kind of did a balance here, right? So what I ended up doing is that I have 1200 block actually on my Garrison set. So I have 1200 block and low lethality, because lethality gives far less of a damage bonus than firepower does, right? And so what I kind of had in mind was like, I'm just going to get my block as high as possible to give myself a high damage reduction, and then high defense, which I went with 50% defense here as well. Then I have 24% basic attack damage reduction, 20% skill damage reduction, 15% damage reduction between squad damage reduction and infantry squad damage reduction. So I just have high damage reduction here is basically what I'm saying. And then what I did from there is then I went into firepower and I just dumped everything into firepower at that point. And that's why I have it kind of built the way that I do. But what I would say for the average player is that I would get a balance or a mix of both. If you're on Garrison, I would say it's probably more important to have your protection higher to make sure that the rallies that are rallying into you don't have the barrage fire effect, because that's when you're going to start taking poor trades on Garrison, unless you make up for that by having high block or high defense, that kind of a thing. You can make up for that there. Other than that, really, like, it's all about balance. If you're going for a high damage Garrison, which I talked about in one of my videos, by running, say, like a Riven Victor or, anything along those lines, you can opt for a higher damage. If you're opting for, higher damage in the field, if you're opting for just like focusing on infantry rallies, you can go for more higher firepower at that point. But again, I would say that protection is probably your best bet. Oops. Sorry, I unmuted that. Yeah, protection is going to be your best bet on infantry, but a good balance of both. If you're an infantry tank rally, the protection is going to be a good thing as well. It's going to give you good defense and make sure that the Garrison doesn't have the barrage fire effect against your rally also dealing, and so you take poor trades. Let me see. I think, yeah, like I'm an infantry tank rally as well, but I can take fairly good trades into rider Garrisons. So, but that's kind of how I went about mine, at least. Cause like, yeah, like Bodala Stella give really good stats. They already give like very high attack, so that scales really well with the firepower side of things. And yeah, my protection is low, but my block just usually outscales tremendously compared to like other lethalities. Like they usually have like 700 lethality or whatever have you, but it's just way up there. Then my damage mitigation is usually fairly good as well. So I just kind of hybrid it. I kind of just balance it, I guess is really what I'm trying to say. So like if you're going to go heavy into one and your garages, go heavy into the other with your armaments or your stats. Game's really all about balance. No worries at all. Let's see. So it looks like you're playing squad, or I'm sorry, squad, field. Only thing I would say, get rid of the Garrison hone here. Other than that, you have a lot of squad travel speed from what I can tell. Yeah, 40% squad travel speed is really, 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 really good. It's extremely good. If you're going to do that. So here's the thing. Okay. One piece of feedback here. You have very high move speed, but you're not doing much with it. And I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. You have 40% squad travel speed, or almost 40% squad travel speed, but then when you catch up to the enemy, you don't hit hard because you have 40% squad travel speed almost, but then you have 50% defense and then 450 block and only 250 lethality and 30% attack. So what I would say here is that any of these low blocks, if you have any, so like this 2.9% defense, aim to get this on attack or lethality. 2% defense, 2% defense, aim for attack or lethality here. 2.7% defense, aim for attack or lethality here. Same thing here on these 2.7s here. Attack or lethality here, because if you're going to be a super fast march and keeping up, or like just attacking enemy marches and then dipping, like you want to be a hit and run, right? Like that's the whole point of 40% attack. You want to be able to catch up to marches, which you're clearly able to do. You want to be able to hit them and run. If you're catching up to marches but you're not dealing that much damage, you're not really doing much. So you want to trade off a lot of these defense ones for attack. Get this garrison one. Trade this garrison attack for lethality, or attack as well. Don't trade off these like high block and high defense ones. That's fine. You definitely want this march to be able to survive those attacks that you're doing. That's totally fine as well. But these 2.9% or these 2.7%, just anything in the 2 range with defense, I would trade those for attack or lethality if you can. A lot of your base stats on your armaments, block and defense, defense and block. A lot of that's coming from your armaments already in your basic attributes. So I would focus your hones on attack or lethality. That's what I would do. No. Elena Bella is awesome. That's great for what you're aiming for with 40% move speed. Um 22% travel speed. So this is going to be a travel speed march as well, right? Travel speed, travel speed, travel speed, travel speed. So my advice here is going to be the exact same thing. If you are going to go a travel speed march, if you're going to aim for travel speed, do not aim for defense or block being your primary focus. If I'm going to aim to have high travel speed, meaning I want to hit somebody and dip, I want to be as fast as possible, I want to deal as much damage as possible, I'm only going to aim to have high defense and high block if I'm looking to take one-on-one trades or get swarmed by the enemies. If I'm going to that's the trade-off. If I'm taking travel speed, I'm going to trade defense and block for attack and lethality. If I'm going to take defense and block, I'm going to trade travel speed for attack and lethality, or defense and block, because you have to pick one or the other is what I'm getting at. You're either a march that is going to take fights face to face, or you're going to be a march that moves quick and hits marches. So in this case here, since you have high travel speed, get this 1.3% up, obviously. Trade this 3.3% defense for something attack wise or lethality. 3.3% defense for attack or lethality. 3% defense for attack or lethality. 1.9% defense for attack or lethality. 1.8% defense for attack or lethality. 25 block for attack or lethality as well. And then right here as well, this 3.4% defense, I would re-roll this as well for attack, lethality, or squad damage reduction if you can. That's what I would recommend. Other than that, it's solid. That's just my recommendation, because defense and block is great. But again, if you're going move speed, focus attack and lethality. Otherwise, you're catching up to marches, you're hitting them, but you're not dealing as much damage during those few seconds of of advantage that you have. If you're hitting marches that have cement, you want to deal as much damage as possible, because the odds are they're running away from the cement tiles and towards allies, towards bases and that stuff. So they're closing the gap between them being by themselves and the and like their friendly marches. So you want to kill them as quick as possible, right? That's the whole point of the move speed. So you want as much attack as possible to kill that march, so then the gap between them and where you kill them and where their allies are and their allies catching up is as big as possible, so that you can kill them, take that cement and dip, or kill or hit the enemy march, get as much damage in as possible before their friendly marches catch up or their secondary marches catch up to assist, and then you can dip as well. So like right here, what I would aim for, honestly, is like 60% attack. 60% attack between these two. And then like if you can get your lethality up to, I mean, you're already at 600 lethality, so that's fine. Like your lethality block is fine. If you wanted to push it to 700 lethality, you could do that. But really the biggest focus here is get your attack from 50% to 60 or 70%, and then even more travel speed if you wanted. But that's the one thing I would do. Yo, what up, Sith? How you doing, buddy? How much high carbon steel do you have left over, or carbon? I don't have anything in garage, man. I used up all my shit. In the last, or during getting Stella and Stella Awakened, I can show you something actually. Let me show you something real quick. I'm going to show you guys something. What screenshot is this? Hold on. This is for High Guy. This is why I don't have anything left in garage. Uh, 118175 This is why I don't have anything in garage. This was the last Stella TC. So I spent everything that I had in garage. So yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't have any carbon or anything like that in garage. I think it caps out at a certain point, but I was like, I'm already like here. I've already like pushed it. I'm just gonna upgrade everything, and then that was around the same time that everything kind of had like that was all like saved up resources and everything that I had, and saved up gold that I'd already had on the account and stuff. So I just kind of like emptied out everything that I had. Should you prioritize attack or lethality? A balance of both. Honestly, attack is going to be your best bet. Like lethality, so lethality and block have the highest diminished return is what it's called. And I'm going to show you guys a resource that me and Mr. Brain built real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. I have to pull up the resource. I got to go into our old Discord. Bear with me 1 moment, guys. First I have to find the old Discord. Okay, Discord, databases, diminishing returns. Where's diminishing returns? Lethality testing. Okay. I'm going to show you guys something. Add display capture. Actually, yeah, I could use that capture. That's fine. Hold on. Gotta move my OBS real quick. There we go. Okay. There we go. Is that displaying? It should be displaying. Um, so what I'm showing you here is lethality and block and diminishing returns. Anybody that has been on the Discord has heard me talk about diminishing returns. Anybody that's seen my videos before has heard me talk about diminishing returns. This is me and Brain testing diminishing returns when lethality and block were first introduced, when armaments were first introduced, and the results that we had gotten. And what it shows is basically the way that lethality and block drop off based on you versus your opponent, okay? So the way that lethality and block works is that it's not a static number and a static damage increase or damage reduction. It is your value versus your opponent's value, and then the number is the difference between you versus your opponent. So if I have 750 lethality and my opponent has 700 block, that it's 750 lethality minus 700 block. There's a difference of 50. And what it is that once you get to about 12 point difference, so that would be me at 712 lethality and them at 700 block, that's when it peaks. From there, it tarnishes off and drops, and it levels out at about 85. So once you are at about 85 difference between your lethality or block from your enemy's lethality or block, for every 10 points of lethality or block that you add at that point beyond it, you're only getting about 2 points of lethality or block effectiveness. So what I mean by that is that if you have 800 block and your opponent has 720 lethality, if I all of a sudden go to 810 block and they have 720 lethality, and then I look at the report and look at the damage difference, the damage difference is only as if I went to 802 block, not 810 block. Then if I go to 820 block, the damage difference is as if I went to 804 block, because it's only 2 points for every 10 points that I'm adding. It's a 20% different, or 20% in terms of like effectiveness for every point that you're adding once you're beyond about 80 points in your difference. So again, if I have 800 block and they have 720 lethality, I am only getting about 20% effectiveness for every additional point of lethality or block that I'm adding beyond that gap. So you really don't want to have an extremely high difference between your block and lethality than your opponent. I only did what I have, and I have the value that I have, not because of the hones that I have, but because if you look at every single basic attribute that I have, it's block, 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 and block. I have 120, 240, 340, 480, like almost 600 block comes from basic attributes. And then from there, it popped up on red hones from the other ones. And so I went with what I have, and it is what it is. But my point is that you mostly want to go with your base stats. You don't want to invest too heavily in your lethality and block, because it does have a fall off. And so what you want to do, and what I recommend for everybody when you're in terms of like, oh, what should I get my lethality and block to, is you need to go into your combat reports. I got a presidential reward, I guess. You go into your combat reports when you're fighting in, your Genesis War, your Archipelago raids, your ARs. Go into your average. This is just Pompeii, so it's going to look very different. But you go into your Genesis Wars and that kind of a thing. You fight everybody on the field. Then you go into your squad buffs and you take a look and you say, okay, the average lethality and block of my opponent is 590 and 620. So I'm going to aim to be 30 to about 80 higher than that. And that's what I'm going to keep as my range for my lethality and block. After that, I'm only going to invest strictly and mostly into attack and defense. That way I don't get punished by diminishing returns heavily with the stats that I invest into. I want to get the most bang for my buck. So I'm going to be higher than my opponent, so then I still have a good damage mitigation or damage reduction from block. I'm going to have a good damage bonus from lethality, but then I'm going to get good damage scaling for skill damage, good damage scaling for basic, and counter damage for my attack, and then same thing with defense and such. So that's what I would do there. Garrison and field. Okay, Terminator. Let's go with you. Sorry, I know I skipped over you, Terminator, but it's because I know you and we've played together and we've been in the same alliance with each other, and so I can talk to you anytime, and I know how to get a hold of you. So you are Garrison and Field, but you're in Prim, so I know that you guys have what's his name? Hold on, I need water. I'm talking for like 2 hours. What is that guy's name? The guy that carries freaking Panda on his back. I'm just kidding. Big Daddy. So mostly field. I'd say that you probably mostly play field. I mean, honestly, like, your hones are good. I mean, I would just get rid of the Garrison one. Red hone. It's great to look at, but doesn't really serve you. Rider to get rid of. Wood and Rally get rid of. Other than that, yeah, like, there's nothing really too much to talk about. Squad travel speed, get rid of. Oil, get rid of. Garrison, get rid of. Infantry, get rid of. Garrison, get rid of. Rally and Garrison, Rider, get rid of.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah, baby.
I spelled my name.
Garrison, get rid of. Huh? Oh, good job. And then this one, rehone. Other than that, like, there's nothing wrong with that there. Get these to gold if you can, when you can. Yo. Thank you. Sure. Garrison counter damage, Garrison attack. Okay. So I don't know if you Garrison or not. That wasn't really clear. But I'm going to assume, even if you do, I would probably still get rid of this. Simply because it's not helping you in the field. But other than that, like, this is solid. I don't see any issues here at all. Let me take a look at the balance of it. Like, you have low defense, but your block is really good as well. So, yeah, I don't really see any issues with this at all. Chasey has high damage mitigation. Riders usually, like, can get in and get out. Riders scale really well with attack also. 1, 2, 3 defense hones on this one, and then I think everything else is 1 defense on there. Am I missing something? Hold on. 15, that's 20. 3.4. No, I guess it is just 5 defense hones, huh? Yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah, this is solid. I in terms of, like, if you want feedback on, like, what to do next, like, same thing, just do baseline. You have 1, 2, 2% values. Start with those, get those up, then go to the 3% values and get those up next. These that are at 1%, see if you can get those to 2% or higher. But I wouldn't even worry about those because that's a purple armament. I wouldn't invest in those. Just start with your 2% values, get those to 3%, then go with the 3% and 30 values and get those up also. So start with this, get to 3% or higher, or 30 or higher. Same thing here, 3% or 30 or higher. Then get this 3.3% to 30 or higher, or 3.5 or 35 or higher, 3.3% to 35 or higher. 3.2 to 35 or higher. You might actually luck out here and get a squad damage reduction or squad damage also. 3% to 3.5 or 35 or higher. Same thing there. That's what I would do. Other than that, it's solid. Good hones. Good shit. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mega. Should change my hones and my augmenter. Rider squad lethality. I didn't notice that. I mean, that's the only thing that's not serving you. Other than that, your other ones are good. Double lethality, squad damage reduction. That's great. This is a great great hones all around. Just rider squad lethality. It's not serving you doing anything at all. Other than that, get rid of the rider squad lethality. Get rid of the garrison counter damage. Same thing. What do you need? What do you need?
I want some soup now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here. Do you want some of this one?
Well, I want my own ball.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that for you. Give me 2 seconds. I can go down, put it in a bowl for you. Okay. Let me answer this question real quick, and I'll go down for you. Okay.
Okay, Dad.
Thank you. In 1 second, guys, I just have to take my daughter's. She has a bowl of food downstairs. I just have to put it in the microwave. I got it ready for her until she was hungry. For yours, Terminator, what I would do is same thing. Get rid of the Rider hone. Get rid of the Garrison hone. They're not serving you. That's 0%. And even this purple one is giving you more than this red Rider one is. And this red Garrison one is in the field. Get rid of this 23. Get it up. And then just baseline it. Yeah, 29 to above 30. 2.5 to above 3. And then just start with your lowest ones. 31s to above 35. And 3% to above 3.5 as well. Please use a translator with Turkish subtitles when speaking out loud. Thank you. The video after the live is done, and after 24 hours, YouTube will auto translate the video with 180 different. Mostly just field. Let's take. Oh, shoot. What's up, Des? Yeah, I got you, buddy. Let's see. Get this one to 3-star. What do we got going here? Dude, this guy killed it in Pompeii. We're on the same Pompeii team. Let's see what you got. So if you were field, I would say, man, honestly, do the same thing as me. So, and again, this is not me boasting, having a big head, nothing like that at all. It's just simply go for infantry and squad in each of your hones. I only have 2 for garrison counter damage, and that's because I'm a garrison lead first and foremost. But if you go infantry and squad in every slot, then it doesn't matter whether you're a garrison lead, a rally lead, or just playing field. Each of your home slots are going to be active and used, as opposed to only being used in one scenario. So what I would do here for yours is taking a look at this set. Anything that has garrison on it or a rally, get rid of. So it's going to suck because it's a red, but replace that. Rehone the purple. And then go baseline. So anything that's 2%, get it to 3% or above. Moving down. Really, that's pretty much it. Like, when I take a look here, like, I mean, obviously the zombie one can go. Oh, good job, baby. I love that. Other than that, like, you can tell that you know what you're doing with your with your hones. So yeah, like that's pretty much all I can recommend is just get rid of the hones that aren't serving you in every scenario. So just go for the troop specific or squad hones themselves. So that way, again, it doesn't matter whether you're rally, field, or garrison. It's gonna be proccing no matter what. And then do baseline, and then just do that for each of your marches. You say that you're doing mostly just field. I'm not too sure whether you plan on just focusing, and I guess I could tell from here. It looks like you're focusing mostly on infantry. So do that with your infantry march first. And then it looks like you're also kind of getting your ranged and your rider up simultaneously at the same time. I would just go baseline here first, baseline 3. And then maybe baseline 3.5 if you wanted, if you're focusing on that, like being like, because I'm somebody, and you'll see this in one of my videos. It's my video where I talk about, if you go to my channel, like how to get your armament set to 4 mil plus, 5 mil plus, whatever have you. I talk about focusing on one armament set first and foremost. And you can see this in my arena setup. I'm clicking all over the place and just everywhere but the right one. I have one set at 7 mil. And then, like, it's 4 mil, like 3 mil, and then just barely under 4 mil. But then I got a range set to 6 mil, like slowly over time. But I got that infantry set to 7 mil. I got that there quickly. Because your one set at 7 mil, like if you have one set at 5 mil or 6 mil, you're going to do so much more for your alliance and for yourself, especially for your alliance, than you are if you have 5 or 4 mil sets, right? Like a 5 mil rally leader or a 5 mil garrison leader is so much more productive and beneficial for an alliance than somebody that has a 4 mil garrison leader or rally leader or 4 mil field sets and such. So I would focus and tunnel vision on one set first if you can, and like I said, just baseline it first, get these to a baseline of 3.5%. And then if you wanted to, go on ahead and focus on a secondary one. But, since these are all close to 5-star on your superbs, I would do baseline first. Get this to level 10, and then get these to level 5. Get this to tier 3, and then get this to level 5 as well, and you'll be in a really good place. Perfect. I appreciate you. Okay, let's see. What else we got? I'm just for a while in Prim. I'll be back with Alliance later. 106 Thor. Oh, nice. Okay. Gotcha. I think I checked everybody's. Is there anybody else that needs any last minute checking? Dude, I'm going to be on my computer and like gaming for the rest of the day. So I'm going to get on like Marvel Rivals or something after this. I don't know. But you guys are here for Doomsday, so you guys probably don't want to watch that. I would accept your guys' friend request, but I think my friends list, yeah, I'm pretty much back to full. Is there any other questions you guys have? Anything else you guys want me to cover at all? That is what this is for, and I will do this, I would say at least weekly. GTA 6? Oh, dude, me too, man. I used to play GTA RP a lot. A lot. It's just a huge time commitment. And then with the events going back to like pretty much like weekly now, it's just don't have enough time to do it. Dude, our alliance does not play this event. We freaking hate this event. This event is so dumb. I can stream Marvel Rivals if you want. I think I'm plat now. I don't even know what I am. Oh, whoops. I don't just have to stream this game. I can stream other games if you guys want. Roadblock is... How do I... Can I not? How do I break the roadblock? What the fuck? Can I not re-click the thing to like break the roadblock? Okay. But yeah, any other questions, whatever you guys have, I'll end this stream and then I could stream Marvel Rivals. I mean, this has just been a Doomsday channel up to this point, but yeah, I can stream Marvel Rivals. If you guys want to watch me play other games, I will. I just sit here and play other games all day long. I've been playing, one of my other Alliance members got me into, Enlisted, I think, recently. Been playing that. He taught you everything you know. Dude, Dewey can suck my ass. I love that guy to death. That guy's fucking hilarious. I've been playing with him since Region 6. I freaking love Dewey. That guy's so funny. Wait, hold on a sec. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. I just gotta check something. I just realized I got something for a fish tank that my girlfriend has. And it said it delivered today, but I did not see it outside. I just need to make sure. Is it in my... I just need to make sure if it's in my mailbox. Because if it's not, I need to know where it is. Give me 1 second, sorry. Delivered today. Where did it deliver? It just says package delivered. Where did it deliver, though? I don't see it. Hold on. Sorry. Give me 1 sec, guys. I don't see it on my camera. Where are you? No. Hopefully it's in my mailbox. Okay, well, whatever. I'll find it. How much counter damage? Elite squad damage or legendary lethality? You'll kind of know. So it's not necessarily whether it's like elite or legendary. You'll just know. Like if you have elite squad damage and then you try to hone legendary lethality, if you try to skip past the legendary lethality, if it's more power, it'll tell you like, hey, this is more power. It's kind of just based on the value itself. So you have to think about it like this. So I think it's like 3.8% or 3.6% squad damage is the equivalent of 5% there. So I think you really want like at least, I think, what is it? It's like 1.8%. I think it's like 1.8% squad damage is like at least what you want in terms of a squad damage hone. Anything, I wouldn't take anything in terms of like squad damage or squad damage reduction that's less than like at least like 1.6 or 1.8%. If it's not at least that, like you're just better off with a golden or a legendary lethality or just legendary roll in general. Counter damage is only important for garrison. Only important for garrison. Do not take counter damage hones unless you are unless it's a garrison hone and you are a garrison main player. Don't take rally garrison or rally counter damage hones ever. Ever. Especially if you're a ranged rally player or a rider rally player. If you are a rider rally player or a ranged rally player and you take rally counter damage, I will make fun of you. Respectfully, I will make fun of you. In the nicest way possible. With love. From the bottom of my heart, I will make fun of you. How much counter damage is imprinted? But how much is I mean, you have counter damage in the pants. Are you asking like how much counter damage I have? Oh, important. Sorry, I keep forgetting the fact that you like corrected it. Yeah, counter damage is only important if you're on garrison. Yeah, and I have 27%, 12% from hones, 2 there, and then 9% from here, and where does the other one come from? 6% from here. What is better on device? Oh wait, no. Is block counted when chasing squad or just face to face? I'm confused. So block is damage reduction. Block is the same. Block is similar to defense. Block is similar to damage reduction because it is damage reduction. Block is similar to protection. It's just any time you take one of 3 forms of damage, whether it be basic attack, counter attack, or skill damage, block comes into factor because you're reducing the damage taken. So if you are chasing an enemy and you are dealing basic attack damage to them and skill damage, you are still taking damage in the form of counter damage. So you are reducing the damage that you take from counter damage with block. So block is counted, yes, because they are still, you deal basic attack. So here, let me show you. I can show you in the combat report. We go here. We can actually just go here. Oh, whoops, sorry. Combat log. Julia launches the basic attack. Bodala launches a counter attack. So imagine that Julia is chasing me. She launches a basic attack. Even though I'm running away, I launch a counter attack. So yes. And in terms of block, what would end up happening here is that block would just reduce you chasing me would just reduce the amount of troops that are lost on a counter attack. So block is counted, yes. Is Robert worth awakening? If you are using at least 3 infantry marches, yes, he can be. Other than that, you have too many options. If you're using only like 2 infantry marches, you have a Dut, you have Bodala, you have Eddie, you have Miyamoto, you have too many other heroes basically that can lead. You don't really need Robert. Please review the weapons and buff survival camp. What do you mean? How about the armament itself? For instance, helmets have counter damage. Okay, so in terms of like what helmets are the best ones and stuff, is Robert worth awakening, or we can use him with some skills level 5? Robert is probably like a C tier hero. Again, like if you have like if you're like I would only use Robert as a partial awakened hero or even an awakened hero. Again, if you're using 3 marches. In terms of like infantry heroes, Bodala, your main ones you want to use are Bodala, Miyamoto, Eddie, Adut. Those are your 4 main ones that you want to use. Behind them, you want to use Bianca. You can use Tom. You can use Thunder. And yes, you can use Robert as well. But like Robert, like I would put like at like a C tier hero, basically. Oh, and then you have Marco. Marco's also S tier, but he's expensive as shit. I call in terms of like effectiveness, he's S tier. In terms of like cost for spend, he's like a D tier. Good night, Prince. Now Hamad, in terms of like the armament itself, for instance, helmets have counter damage. Like what helmet you want to pick really depends on like what role you want to do. So counter damage taken. This is good if you are planning on being a tank rally. So, and then I guess also if you're like in the field also, like it can be good, but this isn't good if you plan on being garrison because you're only taking counter damage from one march, right? So if you look at my, I think it's my video where I talk about me leading as a garrison. Let me pull up the video real quick and link it for you. Because I think I covered this topic and all the helmets themselves. I think it's this video, Hamad. I think it's that one that I cover it. But basically, like, so in Garrison, you're only taking, if you're taking 3 different rallies, you're only taking counter damage from one of those 3 rallies, and it's the main rally that's hitting you. So counter damage taken reduction is only reducing it from one of the 3, so this isn't good for Garrison. It is good for field, or it can be good for field, even though it's only against the one target that you're against. If you're getting swarmed, it doesn't help you. Infantry squad defense does help you when getting swarmed. It does help you in Garrison. It does help you in rallies and such. So I would say this helmet is better than this helmet across the board. Good night, Prince. Robert has an S tier mustache. He has he has a D tier sound. He has a D tier soundboard. This dude is the most annoying dude in the field. I swear to God, I have to mute my game. If like when I would say 80% of the reason I didn't awaken this guy is simply because I would not use him because he was so annoying to use in the field. And, like I used him for 5 minutes, and the minute I moved him around in the field and realized how much noise he made, I was like, hell no. Hell no. Yeah, no, they lost me on that. But anything else? Any other last minute questions or things that you guys have? Was there anything that I missed? I feel like this stream has been really productive. We answered a lot of questions today. There's been a lot of you here. Yeah, no, of course I'm not. Sorry for like the elongated response. It's just kind of complicated to explain unless I have a graphic. And maybe I can give you a graphic, actually. To better explain it. Let me see. Move you over here. Move you over here. Okay. So with, let me see, where's OBS? So with, let's go with this helmet here, counter damage taken. Let's just use a field example on that. So counter damage taken. So if this is your march here, right? If this is you, and these are your enemies, and they're all attacking you, but you are attacking them right here, and they're all attacking you like this. The only, oops, sorry, wrong direction. The only one that's actually dealing counter damage to you is the green arrow. So the only one that you're actually dealing or getting counter damage reduction from is this guy. You're not actually benefiting from the rest of them. But if we look at the other helmet that provides defense, and we'll take the other scenario where this is you here, and then these are all your enemies here. Defense provides a reduction in damage from basic, from counter, and from skill damage. So it doesn't matter whether you are dealing, or whether they're dealing basic attack damage, which is the red one, dealing counter damage, which is the green one, or even skill damage, which is going to be the purple one. Nope, didn't forget about it, baby. I got you. So you can see they're all dealing basic and skill damage to you, and then the one that you're focusing is also dealing counter damage to you in the green. And because this helmet has defense on it, you're actually getting protection from all of these. So because of that, I would go with this helmet here, because the defense itself is going to protect you from all three of them. With who would I use Robert in a 3 infantry squad march? I would use Eddie. Out of any of them, I would use Eddie simply because of the synergy between them. Where, I mean, it's terrible. It's a terrible synergy. I think that they need to change his kit, but increases burn damage to squads inflicted with HP reduction by an additional 50%. You could run Eddie on this, or you could also run Marco. Because, so I think it might actually be better to run Marco on this, because Eddie depends on his shield break. So when his shield breaks, it reduces the HP, so every 6 seconds. Or Robert also has a shield that pops that can also proc that, or you could just have a consistent HP reduction here, and then your enemy will just always be HP reduced, and so you'll increase the burn damage to them consistently. So Robert and Marco, or Robert and Eddie, will be your 2 best pairs if you're going to pair Robert. Sure, for field, if you want three strong marches, run Bodala and you can run Bodala and Marco, or Bodala and Bianca, and then you can run Eddie and Bianca, because Eddie Bianca still has high rage regen and it's a very tanky march. Or you can run Eddie and Marco for high survivability, and then high counter damage, and then high HP reduction between the two of them, and then Adut and Miyamoto. If you want to stick to the the skill talent tree being lead, you can run Marco lead in front of Eddie. So Marco, Eddie, Bodala, and Bianca, and then Adut Miyamoto would be the 3 that I would run. Yeah, no worries at all. Hopefully that helps. I would not use Riven on the field. The reason why I would not use Riven on the field. So the reason why I would not use Riven on the field is that people are justifying using Riven on the field off of the fact that she gives a 30% bonus obtained to the shield, and saying, oh, well, that's going to increase the damage that Bodala does with his shield, especially where he has a bonus true damage. Well, if I wanted bonus damage, one of the things that you can do as well is that you could actually just run Robert and Bodala, because Robert, lo and behold, 16% of the damage done or absorbed by the shield will be deflected to the enemy. So you can have 15% of the damage guaranteed remaining in the shield, or I'm sorry, 15% of the 15% of the health of the shield guaranteed damage to the enemy, and 16% of the damage dealt to the shield guaranteed damage to the enemy as well. Or I'm sorry, 16% of the damage dealt to the shield guaranteed the enemy as well. That's another synergy that you could have. But the reason why I don't like Riven in the field is two-parted. One, she doesn't provide buffs for the other marches in the field, which you're able to get from like Tom, from Bianca, from Adut, from just from like other marches in general, basically, because infantry thrives on the fact that they buff your other marches or debuff enemy marches, right? So like your Miyamoto, he's debuffing enemy marches by reducing the skill damage they deal, reducing their HP. Thunder's reducing their stats. Tom is reducing their damage that they deal. Your Marco is reducing their HP. Your Eddie is reducing their HP. Your Robert is reducing their HP. Like they're all doing something to benefit the effectiveness of your other marches. Your Riven isn't doing that. Your Riven isn't helping your other marches. You can consider her selfish. On top of that, she needs to be in garrison for half of her first skill. She needs to be in alliance territory for half of her second skill. She needs to be targeted for half of her third skill. She needs to be targeted for her, she needs to get hit by skill damage for her fifth skill. So I just don't like Riven in the field. No. Same thing with Stella. She needs to be in a rally for half of her first skill. She needs to be attacked for half of her second skill. She needs to be in a rally for half of her third skill. She needs to be attacked for her fourth skill, and then she needs to be attacked for her awakened skill, or in a rally for half of it as well. So I don't like either of them in the field personally. Is Felix good compared to Elena or Bella? I personally like Elena and Bella, especially as like a mobility march, high damage. Like it's just proven itself. Felix is just really good all around in general as well. He has travel speed. He reduces the counter damage that you take by a high amount, so you could chase enemies down. So riders are well known for being high in mobility, chasing down enemy marches, hitting them, dealing a shit ton of damage, and then leaving. And so the fact that you can reduce the amount of damage that you're taking by chasing down enemy marches is really good. You can increase the damage that you're doing as well. High buffs in your attack also. Like it's just all around. He's really, really good. I wouldn't necessarily say that like you're in the wrong for using Elena or Bella. I would just say that he's just a newer generation hero. And if you have Elena and Bella, you're doing well. If you want to swap him out for either one of them, you would perform well also. I think that just rather than saying like he's better than one or the other, I would just say that he sets up a strong second rider march for you. So like you can have your Felix Chases or a Felix May, that kind of a thing for a second march. I've also seen a lot of Felix Marcos, because the thing about Marco is that he is infantry per se, but not a single one of these skills that he has is infantry specific. As you can see, he has squad attack increase and travel speed increase, so nothing about his stack is infantry specific. So I've seen a lot of people use May and Marco, Felix and Marco, that kind of a thing. So you can use Felix and Marco. You can use Felix and Bianca for the move speed. Where's that? Yeah, move speed along with better defense, increase in attack, that kind of a thing. So there's a lot of flexibility there. But Marco and May is a really good pair also. I've seen a lot of Marco chases, that kind of a thing. Missed the question on survivors if you scroll up. I did see the question about survivors. My question to that question is... the weapons and the buffs from the survival camp. So my follow-up question to that, sorry, and I should have expanded on it, is what exactly do you want me to kind of cover on it? Because I haven't really done too much on it per se. Yeah, like I'm like, is there something in particular you want me to cover? Is there something you want me to explain on it? Like, if there's something in particular you want me to cover on that, like, I'm happy to, but I feel like the survivor camp is one of the things that has been the most explained or has the most resources available for it. So, but I'm happy to cover any part of it you want. is the pair Miyamoto and Adut who should be leader. It doesn't matter who you pair with Miyamoto or Adut. Neither one of them has a skill that makes one better than the other. They also have the exact same talent tree, infantry generals and skills. Infantry general and skills. Usually you pick one hero over the other because of their talents. Sorry, not their skills, but their talents. You usually want one as a leader for their talent tree, but they have the exact same talent tree, and neither one of them has something that benefits the other. So, for example, like if one of them used a skill first, it would benefit the other one more. Neither one of them really has that, so you wouldn't be in the right or the wrong using Adut or Miyamoto as a lead. I have 6 infantry heroes: Miyamoto, Adut, Eddie, Bodala, Tom, and Thunder. Who should be my pairs? So in that case, I would just stick to having your skills, your skill talent trees, heroes being your leaders. So that would be your Bodala, Adut, and Miyamoto. So I would run in that case a Bodala Eddie. That way, when the Bodala shield breaks, it procs Eddie's Awaken skill to reduce HP. Run a Adut Tom. Where is Adut Tom? Because he increases the healing effect by 30%, and Adut actually has a healing also. So you can increase the healing on that by 30%, so there's a bit of synergy there. And then from there, you can just use Miyamoto and Thunder. So I would run Adut Tom, Bodala Eddie, Miyamoto Thunder. I just want to say good luck in IR. I hope we don't meet your Garrison this week. No worries. Good luck to you as well. What do I think of Chasey May in the field compared to Chasey Bell? Chasey May is really good. May is extremely strong. The strongest in terms of like attack. What is it? 20% attack, 50% attack. 30% attack. Yeah, 60% attack. Yeah, so she gives the highest percent base attack, which gives the most damage for Chasey in general. So yeah, like May is just going to be really, really good for Chasey in general. So that's a really strong pair to have, and I've seen it a lot. I just don't have Chasey, or I'm sorry, I don't have May, and it's just extremely expensive to invest into her. And I'm not rider focused. In fact, I think like rider is like my weakest one of the 3. Like, well, actually, I don't think that. I know that. So I haven't invested into it. But yeah, Chasey May would be extremely strong for the field. Infantry leader. Does he? I don't think he does. Damage taken when leading only infantry squad, like leading, but that's not leading a pair. That just means that like the troop type in his squad is infantry. That doesn't mean that like he's leading the squad in terms of like him or a Dut. That just means that the troops that are in his squad in general are infantry only. So that means that like you can't have infantry and ranged in that squad. Then he gets the damage increased. What do I? Oh, okay, no, I got it. Said that one. Yep, miss you as well. I'm here. I haven't gone anywhere. I'll still be here. Like I said, I'm gonna, as soon as this stream ends, I'm gonna be playing Marvel Rivals probably for the rest of the day. So if y'all want me to stream Marvel Rivals, I will be playing Marvel Rivals for the rest of the day. I play video games all day long because I ain't got nothing else to do. And yeah, I don't stream it because there's like I said, this has usually just been a Doomsday account. But if you guys want me to stream other games and just talk and chill, like I can do that. There isn't anything that procs. Because so if this increased attack after she used her rage skill, then it would make sense why Adut Miyamoto hits harder than Miyamoto Adut. Or if this procced any type of additional damage, that would be one thing. But this procs defense. So really, other than that, that's kind of it. The only thing would be that there's an increase in skill damage for 6 seconds after using a skill. So if you use Miyamoto first into Adut, you don't get the punishment of it being an AoE skill. So Miyamoto's damage would be a bit reduced because it's reduced by 20% for each one. So this effect is kind of staggered, where in this case would, I guess, just all be funneled into one person. But other than that, like there isn't, like, it would be such a marginal difference. Like I said, you wouldn't have much of a difference at all running a Miyamoto Adut versus an Adut Miyamoto. Like, you're not going to just all of a sudden win all your trades because you're running one versus the other. Yo, what's up, Bane? You're a fucking beast. I love you, by the way. Put me on the H&B Academy wall. I love you. Why am I not on the H&B Academy wall? Bro, just all I'm saying, man, is if I take away this 4, I'm already home. So all you need to do is go here and put 164 FIB on this list right here, and we're good. What is the role of tanks in field fights? Some say it's not necessary there. It's not tanks. Okay, so this is a misconception, and I think a misdefinition of role as well. Infantry is a tank for garrison. Infantry is a tank for rallies. Infantry is not a tank for field. Tank is not a role for field. Tank in field only serves a purpose if you're leading a buff march. So you can be a tank in front of Bianca to make sure that your buff march as Bianca stays alive as long as possible, but that's it. This isn't a tank march, this is a buff march. But what you choose to put in front of Bianca is up to you. I personally would choose to put someone that is tanky so that then my buff march stays alive as long as possible. Because me personally, when I see a Bianca on the field, I know that that is making all 5 of the marches of the enemy stronger, so I'm going to take out this march as quickly as possible. I'm going to target their ranged AoE first, then I'm going to target their buff next. But if I put something that's tanky in front of it, like a Bodala, or something that if they target that, it's going to reduce all of my, I'm sorry, if they target that, it's going to reduce all of their marches, like a Marco, I'm going to run like a Marco Bianca. So it's a debuff buff hybrid march. So they target the Bianca because it's a buff march, but when they target that, it's a shot in their own foot because they're debuffing all their marches. Or I'm going to keep it alive as long as possible by running Bodala in front of it. That is a tank march. There is no such thing as a tank march in the field. It's non-existent. It's not a thing. The only thing that is tanky in the field is if you're protecting something, and the only thing you're protecting in the field is a buff march or a debuff march. So you would run a Bodala Marco if you want to debuff all your enemies and you want to keep it alive for as long as possible, or if you're buffing all your marches with a Bianca and you want to keep it alive as long as possible. Other than that, tanking in the field is not necessary in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't serve any purpose or role. Infantry in the field is only there to buff or debuff enemy marches or buff your marches. So your Bianca is buffing your marches with rage regen, attack, defense, and giving them a shield. Giving them a shield. Your Tom is reducing the damage that your marches take, but reducing the damage the enemies deal as well. Your where's he at? Your Thunder is reducing the attack of the enemy marches. Your Eddie is shield breaking and reducing the HP of the enemy marches. Your Miyamoto is reducing the HP and the skill damage of your enemy marches. Your Marco is reducing the HP of your enemy marches, etc., etc. Chasey Bella or Felix Chasey in the field? I would probably say Chasey Felix is probably more consistent. However, again, since I don't have Felix Awakened because I'm not a rider main, I can't personally speak to that to its fullest. I can only speak to it based off of what I've seen. And I would say that Chasey Felix is probably more consistent. I just, again, since I don't have it awakened, I've just used Chasey and Bella. and I've kind of spoke to why I use that pair. I can speak to it again. The reason why I use Chasey Bella with Chasey lead is because Chasey, when she uses her rage skill, increases damage for 5 seconds. With this talent, it increases skill damage for 7.5 seconds for 6 seconds after using her skill. So she procs this, gives bonus skill damage to the next skill used for 7.5 seconds, which then increases the skill damage of this by 7.5%. And then as soon as she uses this, Bella then increases the target's damage taken by 20% for 3 seconds. So for those 3 seconds, Chasey is dealing bonus damage because she's dealing bonus basic attack damage for 5 seconds. So it's like a dual synergy. They give each other something. Bella benefits from the skills talent tree from the bonus skill damage. Chasey benefits from Bella's rage skill. Love you too, Dad. Oh, look at that. Both my H&B dads are here.
What are you planning to do to me now that you've caught me?
But yeah, Bane, I need you to fix that typo on the H&B wall. I need you to put FIB 164 right here on the end of this. Right here. On the end of the Academy thing. And I'll put it on my wall as well. Hey, here, check this out. Watch this. Okay, ready? Here. Excuse me, Ambry. I got to type something real quick. Welcome to Forged in Blood. H&B Academy. Can I spell? Is that how you spell Academy? I don't know. It's an E, isn't it? Not an A. Academy. Academy. Boom. You see that? Boom. Dude, I cannot wait because Hans is supposed to be getting me an H&B hoodie that has Z on the back, and that might be the best present I've ever gotten in my life. I feel like shit. I'm still recovering from shingles. I have facial scars for probably the next few months. So, yeah. Face cam later on. Hi, if it's not difficult, please leave your comments about my main weapons for field battles. Yeah, sure. What are we at? 4.8, looking good. Oh, yeah, here. Hold on. Gotta hold the little one. Ugh. Am I going to Worlds? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I've been dealing, like, I'm still focusing a lot on my finances. Like, literally, I can't even spend $1 on this game because I blocked paying on this game. Not because, like, I feel like I'll spend, like I have a spending problem or something, but just because simply, like, that's how locked down my finances are right now. It just because of my daughter's finances, like with my turn of events, with my medical finance or with my shingles and stuff, like literally every dollar that comes in is just going towards paying everything off because I'm done having to deal with this medical shit. So my whole goal for this year is to just pay off like every single medical outstanding balance or anything that I have. So we'll see if I go to Worlds this year. If I know that Panda is talking to the devs about us trying to co-host the event. So if they'll do that and they fly me out, I'll do it. And other than that, it'll just depend on the finance side of things. You know, if it makes sense, I'll do it. But like I said, you know, my daughter and the medical stuff kind of comes first and foremost. If it doesn't make sense to do this year, then it doesn't. We'll just see. But what do we have here? So I don't see anything wrong with this at all. No, I mean this is well honed. Everything looks good. There's no garrison or rally specific ones, so this could be used in rally, garrison, or field, totally fine. The thing is that you're not running like 20% plus travel speed. You only have 5%. 5% isn't gonna really, you're not going to see the difference of 5% travel speed. So I would actually get rid of this 5% travel speed hone and make it attack, defense, lethality, or block, just so it actually serves you a purpose and actually does something for you, especially in rally or garrison if you're using it for that. Other than that, I would just do the same thing where you create a baseline. It looks like you have really good hones and you're kind of at that point. So I would take everything that has a 2% or a 20 value on it. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 values at the 2%. Don't worry about the 2.8% damage one. But you have 4 values at the 2.8% or 2% value mark. Get those to about 3% or 3.5% or higher. From there, get everything else that's in the 30s or 3% value range. Get that to 3.5% or 30 or higher, or 35 or higher, and then you're good. But other than that, yeah, no, it looks great. So what would be the best talent tree for Chasey if she leads Bella? Because with Felix, damage reduction was said to be better. Sure. I mean, it's going to be kind of the same anyways. So like this is the talent that I use with them. Like Ryder is still like taking a lot of damage. Yeah. I mean, this is what I use with Chasey. If I'm using Chasey on Garrison, this is what I'm using in the field. But if I'm using, Chasey Garrison this, Chasey Field this is what I'm using. Because this doesn't make sense since it's only the first 10 seconds. You could go this one if you wanted the more move speed side of things. But since since you're not going to see it until you're under 50%, I just take something that's just more consistent, that I have 100% of the time. Yo, thank you. Appreciate it, Charlie. Dude, I love you, man. I freaking love you. No, okay. So the reason why I say that, dude, I fucking love you, man. You're a beast. The reason why I said that is because in GW, actually, lo and behold, we ran into H&B Academy, and we had the option. We actually had a really tough last circle in Genesis War, and we could have actually taken a really easy final circle in Genesis War, but and you can see it here. Where did I put it? I'm going to show you real quick. Hold on, I'm going to show this. Where is it at? Okay, here. I didn't realize one of my R4s called it out while I was driving home. That's H&B Academy on the map. We have to ally them by default. So we could have taken an easy final circle, but the minute that I saw that H&B Academy was on the map, we just allied them by default. Like, I reached out to them and I was like, hey, like, I know that we're probably not going to win allying you guys, but given our relations with H&B, like, do you guys want to ally? And just like, it's going to be tough. We're probably not going to win, but let's just do it. And we just took it. And it was a tough as shit fight. Like H&B Academy got pushed back super quick, and then it boiled down to a 1v2 that we ended up having to take. And it was brutal. Like we got our asses handed to us because they came out full swing. But like, yeah, no, like that's the devotion we have to H&B, man. Like, we love you guys. You guys are a solid group. So the minute we saw that it was H&B Academy, like, there wasn't any other choice for us. New Bolly is here. Dude, come on, man. Give Ollie a break, man. Ollie is a beast. Yeah, so okay. So I can give you guys some can I just give you my account for a day to fix all my shit? Oh god. I just realized that is Ollie. Ollie, dude, message me on Discord. And I can me and you can jump on a voice call and just do like video chat or share screen, and I'll help you out. Rigoro Garrison talent tree. So I have a few different talent trees, and this doesn't show all of them. So this is the main talent tree that I use. So this is the talent tree I use for multi-rally Garrison, for rage regen, and then multi-rally Garrison bonus damage reduction. Skill damage reduction. This is the main one I take, and then defense. For single target Garrison, single target Garrison, this is the one that I take. Um, this is the tree that I take for single target garrison for reduction in skill damage, rage regen, rage regen, rage regen, and then defense. And then I think this was base garrison. Yeah, this was base garrison. This was base garrison. This is what it is. Not rage regen. This was base garrison in Genesis War when they rallied my base. Raigoro for garrison for sure. The only time that I would take Thunder on garrison is if you're running a Thunder Victor. It can perform really well. Typically, Raigoro and Riven can do better. However, it depends a lot on your troop disparity, like how many troops you have of each type, and then your armaments and stuff. But really, Raigoro, because of the Raigoro Riven synergy, Raigoro is usually a lot better these days. However, I am sorry, give me 1 sec. I need water. Oh, shit. The winter's out here in Utah. The air is so dry. Because of, I'm curious to see what the future kind of holds because of the shield synergy that Riven offers with like Bodala and with Raigoro. I'm curious to see if anything comes out that just makes Thunder relevant again. I could see it happening. But we'll have to see. But for the time being, yeah, this shield synergy between Raigoro and Riven is just too strong. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like I said, man, like at the end of the day, like I know where my loyalties lie. Like I'm not going to just take a free win because it's a free win. I saw HMBA on the map, and if we had a chance to win it alongside HMBA, awesome. If we weren't gonna win, oh well, no big deal. Like rewards are rewards, but I'd rather just have more fun. And yeah, like I said, I saw HMBA on the map. We're not gonna go against HMBA, given our history with you guys. Did I remove the little treatment? You don't use the cape anymore? I do. I do still use that on Garrison. I do. I know what you're talking about. I do. Where is it? So I do typically do that. The reason why I have it like this, Rocks, is because a lot of people ask for Raigoro talents, and most people don't have the cape or don't have superb pants. So that's why I have the talent tree set up to not have these individual ones, is because most players don't have the cape and don't have the pants. So by having this talent tree set up, I can just switch to this talent and share it easily, and I don't have to keep switching back. I just switch to that talent and add those talents during AR and Genesis War and IR when I'm actually using it. Then during the week of not having the events, I just keep it like this, so then I don't have to keep using the talent switch voucher or whatever have you to keep switching between them. Because a lot of people ask for Raigoro talents a lot during the week. But yes, I do still use those for the rare homes. Yes. Does Victor Lewis work? Victor Lewis absolutely works. Yes. Actually, so here's the thing: is that with my ranged rally set, I'm actually eliminating all of my rally hones and getting them down to just ranged and squad specific hones, like my infantry ones. So then I can use my infantry in the field, in garrison, and in rallies. Same thing with my ranged. And because of that, I'm using now what that opens up the opportunity to have is I have a 7 mil garrison and a 6 mil ranged garrison, and ABZ has a 6.5 mil ranged rally and garrison set, and Greaves has a 6 mil rider rally and garrison set. So what it does is it allows us to flex our armament sets to be on the offensive or the defensive at any time to cover four towers with 6 mil plus armament sets, or go on the offensive to 4 towers at the same time with 6 mil plus armament sets, or flex both. But yeah, as you can see, I ran Louis Victor with that armament set, and it performed really well. So that's what I'm doing. Yes. How about a little context? Awakened Thunder or Raigoro? Awakened every day of the week. Awakened Thunder because Thunder Victor So with your Awakened Thunder, you get this right here. So you get increased damage for you and your allies by 15% after using a skill. With Awakened Thunder, that bonus 15% is going to scale Victor really hard. Awakened Thunder if you have Awakened Victor. Because even if you have Awakened Riven. Because that just deals so much bonus damage, especially if you have Awakened Victor. Thunder Victor does a lot of damage because Victor gets the bonus increase of skill damage to this by 20%, plus the 15% from Thunder's Awakened skill, or you can pump that into Riven as well. But Thunder Victor does a lot of damage, Thunder Riven does a lot of damage as well. How about the best 2 infantry to run in the field, in my opinion? Bodala Marco and Miyamoto and Adut, or you can mix Eddie into that mix, like Adut Eddie or Miyamoto Eddie, that kind of a thing, if you want to have like the HP reduction break as well. Adut Eddie does really well because then you get the skill damage reduction Awakened, plus you get the HP reduction of your enemies on the Awakened. You get the HP reduction as well on the second proc here, and then you can just keep them healthy with Bodala. You can go 3-way HP reduction with Eddie Awakened, Marco secondary, and then Miyamoto as well here. So you can just kind of flex it, but your best infantry heroes for the field are Bodala, Marco, Miyamoto, Eddie, and Adut. So those will be your, just any really pair of those 5 will be your best. I currently run Miyamoto, Thunder, Adut, Bodala, Eddie, Bianca. How would you say this compares with what you suggested earlier? Eddie, Bodala, and Adut, Tom. Adut, Bodala, Miyamoto, Thunder, Eddie, Bianca. That's perfect. I mean, like I said, like that. I think I mentioned Tom earlier because you had mentioned I think you had maybe not mentioned one of them. I'm trying to remember your comment from earlier. Yeah, so in your earlier comment, you didn't mention Bianca. You mentioned Miyamoto, Adut, Eddie, Bodala, Tom, Thunder. You didn't mention Bianca. So if you had mentioned Bianca, then I would have said Bianca instead of Tom. So yes. What you're running now is what I would run because that's take this out because I was just testing Stella. Based on my last video, somebody asked if Stella Field was operating the same way. But that's pretty much what I'm running right there. Eventually, I want to get rid of this and replace it with this. Like this is what I would run personally, if I could. And I'm working on a 3rd infantry set, but it's not there yet. So. Yeah, we used to run a lot of Miyamoto Louis. Louis can be really good in an infantry set. If you actually want to run Louis in an infantry march, like if you're running like 3 infantry and you're not running ranged at all, and you want to run a Louis, or if you're ranged march, you're running say like a Lynn and Julia, which is really good. You can run Louis behind an infantry march. You can actually run Marco. A Marco Louis does really well also because Marco they'll see the Louis. And they'll target the Louis for the AoE. And if they target the Louis, they'll get reduced, or their HP reduced by Marco. And then that just feeds into the AoE of Louis. So I was actually running Marco Louis, not this last AR, but the AR before it. And it was performing really well also. So Marco Louis does awesome also. You see teasing new features coming. I haven't taken time to translate all, but some posted on Discord off topic. No. Let me go look. Is it in the official Discord off topic? It's not like in the H&B off topic, right? Oh, yeah, Beast Base. Dude, I don't know, man. Like I said, like I was saying it earlier. I think maybe you probably like missed it. I'm at the point, man, where trapping events will be refreshed every day. Trapping events have different grades, with rare trapping events having a higher probability of trapping rare biochemical beasts. It feels a lot like Call of Dragons, where they have like the animals that you can have or that you can tame, and then you can pair them with your marches and stuff. But like this game has released so much new content in the last 6 to 12 months between armaments, garages, doubling the garage max value, hero skins, hero weapons, transcending hero skills, reworking Island Raid, reworking Archipelago Raid helicopter drops, Genesis War reworks, taking out Dark Seal, the stupid Monopoly game that's a fucking shit show. Like, they've done so much releasing of new content. They just need to take 6 to 12 months and take a chill pill. They need to sit on their hands and sit on their ass for 6 months and fix the servers on their game. Because anybody that has played in G1 to G5 in the last 6 to 12 months knows that the minute you get into one of those mass fights in the middle of the map, in Genesis War, in Archipelago Raid, in Island Raid, anything like that at all, where there's hundreds of marches on your screen, everybody's game is lagging, everybody's game is crashing. Your marches, when you send them to do something, they're not moving for 5 to 6 seconds. By the time your game catches up, your marches are already dead because somebody clicked on your march 6 seconds ago before you click to move. It's garbage, right? Like, the game is not performing well. So for one, your game stability sucks, so you need to work on that. Two, any new player that joins the game, unless they're that Doom guy that's dropping $100,000 in your first 30 days, they don't have the money or the time to catch up to the features and the game like content that you've already released in the last 6 to 12 months. It doesn't make any sense. You're not promoting a platform and a game that welcomes new players. Basically, like there's a trend line of like basically what the onboard, like you would call like an onboarding process, almost like an onboarding a new employee at a company. Like, what does the onboarding process look like to take somebody from being a new employee to being an effective employee? So what does the onboarding process look like to take somebody that's a brand new player to this game to being an efficient player to this game? Somebody that understands the game, is effective at this game, can play well in Genesis War, Archipelago Raid, get to the point where they go from just farming and building up their account to actually playing in a PvP event and enjoying the game for what it is. It is way too long and way too time consuming to even get remotely close to where the game is currently, and you're continuing to release new and more content that is going to be boosted with a paywall because you're trying to tailor the game to the top 0.1% of players that have run out of things to spend their money on. You have forgotten about your 99% of players in the game because you're trying to tune the game towards players like Save Me. And that's great. I understand that there are players that have maxed out their game or their account, but go look at games like Rise of Kingdoms. They have players that have maxed out their accounts and stayed that way for a long time, but they leave the game as is so that the game can stagnate and players can catch up and perform and play the game effectively and just catch up and have a level playing field for a while. I don't understand what the need or what the urge is, or really like what this obsession is to need to release brand new content every 2 weeks. I don't understand it. It's frustrating. And it's not frustrating from like a standpoint of just like an individual basis. You see it, complaints from Discord to the English channel to the world channel to videos, everything. Everybody continues to say the same thing. You are releasing too much content. You're limiting players. Like if you go to Top Commander, for example, right? If you go to Top Commander and you try to compete in Top Commander now as a free-to-play player, you can't even do that because you've limited it now to where free-to-play players can't even compete in Top Commander because you limit it to 100 million points is the most that somebody can earn on a day-to-day basis with free-to-play opportunities using just free-to-play, like whether it be speed-ups or resources and that kind of a thing. You have made the game pay-to-win, which is fine. That's one aspect of the game. But if you kept it that aspect of the game and just did that, that's one thing. But when you do that, plus you continue to release content that other players cannot catch up on, you just create a complete imbalance of the game in general. What happens is that you release heroes like Chasey, you release heroes like Stella, you release heroes that players have an appeal for, so they want to have Chasey and Garrison. They think, oh, this is great. They see heroes like Bard. They think, oh, this is great. I'm going to spend everything and get these heroes in TC. They invest everything. They save up. They get these heroes in TC and such. Then all of a sudden, 10 weeks later, you release a new hero that replaces them. You shift the meta completely. But it takes how long for your average player to save up 680 gold hero fragments to awaken that hero? It doesn't make any sense. The game is just moving way too fast of a pace. They need to take the game that they have developed and the game that they have created and spread it out. They're pushing too much game too quickly. What they want to do in the direction of the game is fine, but spread it out over a longer period of time. Can I see my shelter skin and troop skins? Yeah, that's fine. I only have these shelter skins. And then troop skins. I have mostly the infantry ones. I'm only missing that one. And then march skins. Those ones. Managed to find a decent use for Jonathan. Not really. Like, there was for a bit, but just with like Felix and Chasey and those ones now, like there's just, yeah, he doesn't really have much of a purpose at the moment. 2 seconds, baby. You're not really gonna have much luck with Jonathan at the moment, dude. Like, it's not even like. I don't know. I think the reason why I'm most frustrated about it isn't even like on a personal level. The reason that's most frustrating is that it's just kind of like the complete ignorance that they have to it. Like, I don't really care what happens with the game because I enjoy it at the end of the day. At the end of the day, they don't put out information about their events. They don't put out information about their releases. So I'm always going to be here. There's always going to be content for me to create. I don't really care, right? And like, I've been around mobile games like this forever. I've played Mobile Strike. I've played Game of War. I've played, Rise of Kingdoms. Rise of Kingdoms. I've played State of Survival. I've played Call of Dragons. I've played all these different games, right? So I'm used to like that pay to win factor and all those different types of games. That's fine. The only problem that I have is that you can't have your collective community saying the same message and be completely oblivious to it, is all I'm saying. Like, you have to have at least some form of acknowledgement. If they acknowledged it and then even just addressed it and said, hey, we hear you, but we're doing this anyways, like, that'd be one thing. But don't just like stay radio silent and keep releasing, because then you just look like a dick. It's almost just like a middle finger to 90% of your players, and you can just tell that players are getting fed up with it. Players are going to keep playing. Like, the player base isn't going anywhere. It's just you don't really create that great of a player environment when you do that. I'm from the States. 2 years into playing the game, and I cannot keep up whatsoever. It's a need to spend, even to be able to play and enjoy the game. That's what I mean. If you talk to players like Bane, for example, so Bane's here, Rox is here, Ollie's here, I believe. Other players, I've been playing the game for 816 days, right? So September of this 2025 will be 3 years. Back when the game was before Armaments, before garages and all those things, a player with all white parts was as whale as you could get. And the thing about that was that, like, at that time, it was like you weren't spending to catch up. You were kind of just spending for enjoyment. Like you spent to like make your account stronger, and you spent to have an edge. Now it's like, even in the upper brackets, like G1 to G5, if you want to compete in G1 to G5, you spend not to keep. You don't spend to enjoy. You spend to keep up. Like the margin and the ceiling between the floor of the game and the ceiling of the game to like how high you can get your firepower and lethality, heroes awakened, hero skins, transcendence, Armaments, and soon to be the Beasts and stuff, the floor to ceiling is so high of a gap that now, like, if you want to compete in that Apex level bracket and get Apex rewards, you don't spend for enjoyment. You spend because you want to keep up. Is Black Demons that new whale? If not, then no. They even limit for the top 2,200 and they won't let newbie players or breed. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. That's all I'm going to say on it. I've kind of said my piece. Like I said, I think that the direction of the game is fine. I just think that they're doing too much too quickly. And when you do too much too quickly, you run the risk of what they're doing right now, which is upsetting most of their player base. I don't think players have a problem with shifting the meta and having new heroes released. I don't think that players have a problem with shifting the direction of the game, changing the theme of the game, bringing out new ideas, testing the waters, that kind of a thing. Players don't have a problem with that at all. I think it's just that when you do too much too fast, you run the risk of overwhelming your standard player base, basically, is what I'm getting at. I don't think that there's a measure, Fahar, for like what your might should be after a certain period of time. I think that the only gauge that you should be looking at after 110 days of playing is your enjoyment. Are you, after 110 days of playing the game, are you enjoying it as much as you were the first day? Are you enjoying it more? Do you understand the game more than you did the first day you played? Do you feel like you're learning and growing more in the game? And if so, then yeah, I would say that you're doing well. If not, then maybe readjust the way that you're playing the game. Maybe readjust the alliance that you're in or your approach to the game. But I would say that, like, your measure of the game itself shouldn't be based on a numerical number of like your power and stuff, because that can change at any time, from getting zeroed to going into an alliance that promotes you building quickly, that kind of a thing. Like, that number can fluctuate at any point in time, and quickly. But I think that your real measure of growth over a period of time on the game should be measured by your enjoyment, not a numerical power itself. Francisco, I'm not going to say that. It's not like Hans or Safe Me or anything like that at all. I will say that, because anybody that knows my account knows that I focused on one armament set and focused on that alone. So the amount might be a lot less than people anticipate. Yeah, then I have seen the videos, Reapers. I don't know them personally, but I have seen the videos about them. Half of my most used heroes are garrison because I'm a heavy garrisoner. But do I need to invest in heroes for field battle? No. Well, yes and no. When you say that your heroes are for garrisoning, what heroes... Okay, what heroes have you invested in? And what... I guess, like, what are your armaments looking like? Because, like, I'm a infantry garrison main, for example, right? But I play field as well. So, like, I'm an infantry garrison main, so, like, my Thunder was awakened early, my Regora's awakened, my Riven's awakened. But then from there, yeah, I invested into, like, other heroes, but you can still make it work. In terms of, like, playing field, like, you just want heroes that have the skill talent tree to lead. So, like, you'll want, like, like a Bodala or a Miyamoto or an Adut, that kind of a thing, to lead. But then you can use your garrison heroes behind them. Like, you can put your Thunder or your Toms behind them. Workshop was the worst idea. It pushed the power way too much in between spenders and free to play. I think that the first garage was a great idea. I think that doubling it just simply because their top 0.1% of the game had already maxed it out was the worst idea. Yes, I agree. I do agree on that, yes. Then they have the audacity to make fighting events more crappy, like a slap in the face. I agree. So that's the thing. So here I'm going to give you one pattern, actually. If you've been around long enough, you'll know this. They took the events that they made. They had released Island War originally, or Island Raid originally. Then they released Archipelago Raid. And then they released Island Raid, then they released Dark Seal, then they released Archipelago Raid, and then they made it to where they had an event every week. Then they said that the events were, like, too often. So what was it they did? No, they had the events. Then they Yeah, that's what it was. They had the events, but they did them like alternating, like every other month or every other whatever it was. It was every few months. It wasn't like every other week like it is now. And then they said, "Oh, that's too spread out, so we're gonna have more events." So then they ended up like splitting the events and having twice as many events, but they split the rewards in half. So then they split the rewards in half and had twice as many events. Then the players didn't like that there were so many events, so they took away half of the events because players were like, "Hey, this is too many events. I'm running out of resources. I'm running out of troops. I can't grow my account." So they said, "Sorry about that. We'll take away half of the events," but they didn't double the rewards like they originally had when they first released the events. And then now all of a sudden they pushed the events back out to where we have a shit ton of events again, but they never increased the rewards back to what it was when they originally released it. So we actually used to have when Island Raid and Genesis War, or I'm sorry, when Island Raid and Archipelago Raid and Darksteel and such were first released, the rewards were actually a lot higher than they are now. Absolutely rocks. The best time of the game was before Armaments. But you also remember back before Armaments, the rewards of the events like Island Raid and stuff were so much more worth it. Darksteel should absolutely come back. I agree. Bodala will not be viable to replace Raigoro as a main garrison lead. You can get away with Bodala being a garrison lead in single target garrison, so like an Island Raid. However, in multi garrison, he does not replace him because he doesn't have the garrison tree, so he loses out on 16% skill damage reduction, garrison skill rage regen, and then multi rally garrison flat damage reduction, along with garrison attack and defense. He loses out on that whole talent tree altogether, and in replacement of it, he only gets some skill damage reduction, some skill rage regen. He gets 6% skill damage reduction here, but it's not nearly the same. So he doesn't replace Raigoro outright in terms of like multi-rally garrison. Raigoro just outperforms him in that in general. So no, I wouldn't say that. But in terms of the field and stuff, he does really well in front of Marco as protecting Marco for keeping Marco healthy. So then you can maximize the second skill here, second passive skill, to where you can just keep debuffing enemies, or in front of Bianca. So Bianca buffs your other marches with attack and defense and gives them rage regen and then a shield also. He keeps her extremely healthy and does really well for both of those things. Who is the strongest player in the game? Toto or Coco? Toto of SSI or Coco of NM49. NM49, but they merge with UOD all the time. But Toto and Coco are the strongest players in the game, I would say. Stella Garrison, no. Yes, Stella Garrison is glitched. Stella Garrison by nature should do really well, so I'll talk to you about that. So I ran Stella Garrison the first TC that she was released. I transcended her second, third, and fourth skill that allowed for her to be in garrison. I transcended these three skills that allowed for her to be in garrison and tested her behind Raigoro, and it would have done extremely well, and I can show you the reports. Hold on, give me 1 second. Hold on. So yeah, it did extremely well in multi-rally garrison. However, it did not proc her rage skill and her force skill on the second and third rallies when the first rally canceled like it was supposed to. So it is glitched currently. It's only doing it about 50% of the time, if that. So because of that, I wouldn't trust Stella on garrison until they say that they fixed her. Stella Garrison can be viable on multi-rally Garrison. On single target Garrison, she's okay. The problem is that what you need is multi-rally Garrison, because so here's why Stella Garrison on multi-rally Garrison works, is that War Will can have up to 2 stacks per second, meaning that if she's getting hit by 2 or 3 marches at once, dealing 2 or 3 counterattacks per second, which requires 2 or 3 basic attacks at once being swarmed, or 2 or 3 rallies at once, she can stack War Will up to 2 per second, and then which procs this final performance as quick as every 5 seconds. You could have this skill damage funneling into that first rally like extremely quickly. Because you're able to funnel that into that first rally extremely quickly, that is how you can get that first rally to basically get nuked extremely fast. But so like you can see here, like it procced a lot and it nuked it. But because it's bugged out and it's not working properly, I wouldn't recommend it right now. On single target Garrison, I would still also probably not recommend it, because you're not proccing War Will as fast. So here's the other side of things, is that there's a misconception and a misunderstanding of the way that percentage chances work. People read counterattacks have a 50% chance to grant 1 stack of War Will to yourself. They read that as, oh, I have a chance this next turn to get 1 stack of War Will, and if I don't get it, I'll be guaranteed to get it the next one. That's not how that works. It's this turn, there's a 50% chance. I'm flipping a coin, heads or tails. Oh, it landed on tails. I'm not getting War Will. Next turn, I'm flipping a coin as well. Oh, it landed on tails. I'm not getting that. Next turn. Oh, it landed on tails again. I could go 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds of not getting a War Will stack at all on single target Garrison, which is why you need a multi-rally Garrison in order to proc this final performance. So on single target Garrison, it's just not nearly effective. You're not dealing as enough there's not enough counterattacks happening at once in order to get final performance to be basically activating as quickly as you need it to have final performance dealing a lot of damage. At that point, you're better off with a Riven and Victor Garrison.
Embrace your potential as I have.
Someone could help me from Infantry Heroes, please. I'm from Region 591. Yeah, you can message me. Is Zun and Louis outdated? Do you think it's worth... Louis is not outdated at all. I just used Louis and Victor and Garrison. I use Louis and Victor as ranged Garrison on my second towers, and Rygoro and Riven on my first ones. No, it's not. It hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. That's why if I go like this, you'll see this pair right here. I tested it. Nothing's changed, Rocks. System. Where's the update? Did they give a brand new update like in the last day or two? Because unless there's a new update in the last day or two, when did they push the update notes? Who do I use for Siege? I use Bodala and Stella. Highest might is Save Me. We have a range hero, Louis, who is all-rounder, and a Rido hero, Chasey, all-rounder. Dude, as an infantry main, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm wondering the same thing. Have I tried Stella Riven? I've tried Rygoro Riven. He's in DHX. Is DHX 96? Or not? It's not DHX now. What is it? Is it DH? Yeah, it's DHX. He's right here. 96. 1 bill. I'll take a look, Rocks. Give me 1 second. uh, I don't log in enough. I don't log in enough. I'll get rid of him. I'll get rid of him. Hold on. I'll get rid of him. I promise. Uh, I'll get rid of him. Hold on. Hold on. I'll get rid of him. Uh. I don't even know how to get rid of him. How do I get rid of the 22 on here? Oh shit! I can't get rid of all the hero ones. I got to do all the talents on those. I don't know. Oh, I just got to scroll on this. I don't know how to. How do I get? Oh wait, I have to craft all on these. That's what it is. AOD. Oh, it's because I haven't even done AOD this week. Shit. These even my setups? Okay. I'm trying to get rid of him for you. I'm trying. Hold on. Spin or daily gift, something. Okay, that's most of them. Oh wait, shit, other. Okay, is that all of them? Okay. Event center. Take that off. Get that. That. Oh shit, that. What else is it? No. Okay. That. That. Getting rid of them for you. Okay, I'll get the rest later. Pain is just as bad. What's up, Sarcy? If Sarcy gets swarmed, if Stella gets swarmed, this could also prompt for her skill activate. Once you pop, you can't stop. If Stella gets swarmed, this could. So okay, so Stella in the field is working. So here, okay, so let me show you what the issue is, and I will explain the bug. So the bug is this. Not that. This. So the bug is this. The bug is that, do you see in this report how we took a triple rally, right? We took 3 rallies. The report lasts 6.5 minutes long, right? 16:39 to 16:45, 6.5 minutes long. We can all agree on that, right? Theoretically, this let's just call this 4.5 minutes, right? Because it's about 2/3. We'll call this 4.5. This rally lasting 4.5 minutes. When this rally ends, we can all agree that Stella should start targeting one of these 2 rallies with her first skill and 4th skill. We should all agree with that, correct? So combat log, it's showtime, first skill, and final performance, 4th skill, right? You can see total kills, total kills. If we go to the second rally, we can see final performance, no kills. We don't even see the 4th one. There's no kills. So it should be the 3rd one, right? It's not. So that's the bug. Is that when it stops targeting one, it should target one of the other ones. And it's not doing that. We're in the same arena? Oh shit. Male problem. How old am I? I'm 29. Am I using Bodala in Garrison? I do. I do use Bodala in single target Garrison. Trying to think. Do I have one where I used it in Island Raid? Hold on. I was testing it in Island Raid, I should say. Oh, maybe I don't have the reports. I thought I had the reports. Maybe I don't. That was painful. I may not have the reports. It was in this. This was Island Raid though, and it was in the Island Raid. And I guess I don't have the reports, but I do use Bodala in single target garrison. Yes. Why don't I level up the garrison to its full potential? What do you mean? You might actually be completely right, Rox. Honestly, you might actually be completely right. Is Felix skill 3 only useful for rally? What is Felix skill 3? No. No, you can use that at any point in time. In the field and when you're fighting marches or whatever have you. Oh, max the oh, okay, sorry. Why don't I max the garrison tree? Because this is useless. Like the shield health is like you don't use the shield health. Like the shield health here is minuscule. Lookout tower is only useful on your base, and then this is just a very minor actual like stat buff itself. This is the pretty much the main talent tree that I use. I use this. Okay, sorry, actually, this is the main one I use for multi-rally garrison because it's a flat damage reduction when you take more than one rally at once or you get swarmed. This is a 5% attack and defense buff, which is only 1% less than this one way over here, but you need more talent points to get to. This is 16% skill damage reduction. This is rage regen. This is rage regen. This is rage regen. This right here, squads have a 10% chance to reduce all damage taken by 15% for the next 2 seconds when using basic attack. Like that's a flat damage reduction of 15%, which is great. Skill damage reduction. So that's the main one I use on multi-rally garrison. And then this is the one that I use for single target. I just removed the multi-rally here. Flat skill damage reduction, and then we only have infantry and tower, obviously, so another chance to reduce all damage taken by 20%, flat damage taken by 15%. So it's just a lot of damage reduction in general. It's a lot better than just a shield that really doesn't mitigate much damage at all. If, like, in terms of, like, the actual, like, full skill tree potential, the only, like, talent tree that has like really good end talent is the skill talent tree and the is it the ranged one? No. Well, I mean the ranged one is pretty decent, I guess. But even then, like that's not that great at all. Like honestly, like the last talent in all of the talent trees is it sucks pretty bad. Like they're really not good at all. The skill talent tree I think is the only one that has like a really good one. The defense one you have to get under like 30% squad troop size. Yuri said your garrison is trash. Yeah, Yuri also gives me blowjobs from behind, so I mean there's also that. Who am I using for field? I use this for field. I need to switch this out real quick because I was just testing that for the sake of that video. This is what I use for field. This is my setup, at least. I want to switch out. So, like, if it was up to me, I would switch out this for this. This would be what I'm running. I just don't have a third infantry set yet. This one isn't complete because I pretty much paused all spending whatsoever on this game. This isn't complete. I only had a little bit, or I had some gold left over, that I had from some old vouchers that I'd used a few months ago, back when like I was doing like TC spending and stuff, that I'd used on some like the recent event, whatever holiday stuff that popped up. I kind of figured that they were gonna have like good event packs that popped up, so I kept some gold on the account for that. But yeah, since I pretty much like paused all spending, like I don't have like the armament pieces to push those. So I'll slowly have to get those through like event rewards or something, but that's kind of it. Yeah, I kind of forgot actually. Pants and boots. You're actually right. I kind of forgot that those actually exist in there. Let me check what I need. Oh, I do need pants actually. That's what it was. Is I need the superb boots, but then I need it's pretty much all superbs. That's been the problem, Sarcy. But I do need the pants. You're right. Good call out. Good call out. I copied your Garrison build, but it's still not 7 mil. What am I doing wrong? Um, I don't know, man. Feels like I I couldn't tell you, man. I have a 7 mil Garrison and I can't even play Apex, so I don't even know what I'm doing wrong. Me and you both, buddy. IGG canceled roulette for Bianca and Victor. Oh shit. That sucks. You're weak, that's what. Dude, Sarcy's such a beast. Why did I stop spending? My daughter. Um, I had a shingles outbreak on my face, and it kind of put me in the emergency room, and it impacted the vision of my left eye. I only lost like 10% of the vision of my eye, and they said that I should be able to recoup it over the next bit. So I kind of like lucked out with the appointments that I had and when I had them. What ended up happening was they initially thought that I had a poisonous spider bite, um, because we have like 6 different poisonous spiders here in the state that I live in. And so they thought that I had a poisonous spider bite on my face. They actually treated it like that for the first, it was like 7 days. And, um, and then after like the 8th day, I went into my doctor. Well, actually, I went to the emergency room for the poisonous spider bite and the Instacare, and they treated it as cellulitis initially. And then when the blisters started popping up, they're like, "Oh God, that's a poisonous spider bite blister." They thought that it was a brown recluse, and so they gave me like an antivenom and antibiotics and stuff, and treated it like that. And then I went to my doctor, like my normal doctor, as a follow up, and he's like, "Wait a minute." And he like held up a popsicle stick. He's like, "All your blisters are like on half of your face." And he like took a test with some of the skin and found out that it was shingles. And he's like, "Not to scare you, but shingles attacks your cornea. Have you had vision problems?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've had vision problems all week, but they said that it's because my blood pressure spiked because I have a spider bite on my face." And he's like, "No, it attacks your cornea. Like you need to go to an emergency ophthalmologist appointment because it impacts your vision and you could like have permanent vision damage." So I had to go to that and have like some stuff done to my eye and whatnot and take a steroid and whatnot. And basically with like 2 weeks of like emergency appointments and shit, I racked up a pretty hefty emergency bill. And usually you can negotiate your medical bills here in the States because they like to overcharge you out the ass. Um, but my daughter was born with a neurological medical condition that we've been dealing with for the last 4 years. It's a lifelong medical condition. But I kind of made mistakes. My daughter, like when she was born, I was 25. And when she was born, I was in the mindset of like, you get a bill in the mail, you pay it. If you don't pay it, they come after you. You get in trouble, kind of thing. Like I'd never had any major surgeries or major issues of my own, like health complication wise and stuff. So I'd never seen a 6-figure medical bill in my life before until I had her. And she had her medical condition. And so when I first got that, like my heart sunk and I was like, well, shit, I'm going to get her whatever care she needs and stuff. And so I took loans out, initially, for the first like fat chunk that happened. And then after, it was only like the second year that I then was told like, hey, you can negotiate these. So we started negotiating them. And so I was able to, do well with like the second half of her treatments and whatnot to negotiate them down. But then after I had my emergency stuff happened, after you start negotiating your medical bills, they're less lenient and like less forgiving, like as you continue to negotiate them. And so they're not willing to budge on my shit. And so, yeah, I'm kind of just at the point where it's like, I just have to pay off a shit ton of medical bills right now. And so I've kind of halted spending on this game altogether. That's kind of the long story. Sorry to bore you with it. And for everybody that's kind of heard it before, I don't mean to bore you with it either. But there's a lot of backstory to it as to how I got here today. So, yeah, no, we're getting there. But you do what you got to do for your kids, so. But no, it's all good. No, we're good, man. She's here. She's healthy. She's well. All the diagnoses and prognoses and stuff up to this point have been the best possible. She's been really well in her recovery and whatnot. And so, can't count your blessings. So, yeah, pretty much. Why do I take my armaments off? Just because I'm not using them. I don't know. Because I like seeing like where my power is actually at in terms of like where my troops are at with my actual armaments and everything there. If I start equipping a bunch of armaments and whatnot that I'm not actually using, and I go into like Island Raid or Archipelago Raid and stuff, I don't actually know how much in terms of like troop losses I have. Like I'll go into like Archipelago Raid and kill like 1,000,000 troops by funneling them into towers and just sacrificing them, or swarming towers and stuff. And I won't really notice if I just equip, if I just go here and I quick equip this and it's like 1.5 million in armaments, and I do that with a few other armament sets for like my other ones that I'm not using, it could be like 3 or 4 million power, and that's like 200 or 300,000, or yeah, that's like 200,000 T6 troops, like difference. So I just like knowing where I'm at, like in true power, basically. Don't watch Sarsi's interview. The other 90% will be gone immediately. I did watch it, dude. I like Sarsi. I've always liked Sarsi. I mean, that's just a personal opinion, but I don't know. Sarsi's dope. I need to come here to Sweet. I've only ever had one incident in my life. So I played football, or I guess in the United States, the NFL, right? You guys, we call it soccer. The rest of the world calls it football. But American football, right? Not soccer, or as the rest of the world, like as I calls it, football, but American football. I played American football in high school growing up, and I dislocated my shoulder playing football, but I tore my bicep and my bicep and my labrum tendon when I dislocated my shoulder, and so I couldn't get the surgery to fix my shoulder until after I graduated, which was like 8 months later. And so I kind of just had a dislocated shoulder for 8 months, but because I tore both of my tendons, it kept dislocating. So I dislocated my shoulder 27 times over the course of those 8 months, and I had to have reconstructive shoulder surgery by the time that it was ready, or by the time I graduated and could get surgery. And so that was like the only major operation that I had, but I was like 17 at the time, and this was like before Obamacare and all the rest of that stuff, and so it was a very different period of time, and it was like on my dad's insurance, and I had 3 younger siblings, and all that stuff. So like it was just a very different period of time, and America was very different, and medical expenses were very different at the time then as well. So like it didn't crumble our family for me to get shoulder surgery, but my daughter having a neurological medical condition. The problem, not just having a medical condition, but having a neurological medical condition, is that like when it's the brain and it impacts like everything at that point. With her medical condition, if she doesn't get treatment before she's 3.5 years old, her chances of survival goes to 60% before she turns 4 years old, and then drops to 30% before she turns 7. So it was like she had to have treatment, otherwise like we would lose her. So like it was just there was no question about it. And so like there's a lot of specialists that come with that. There's consistent brain scans, MRIs. It's called hydrocephalus, and it's basically like there's fluid that drains out of your brain and around your brain through your spine and stuff, and it's a blockage that happens between, or basically like in the upper part of your spine, so that fluid doesn't drain. And so there was like operations that had to happen to get that fluid to drain. But consistent checks to make sure that it didn't block again. Any kid that has like a fever or a temperature is bound to happen, because kids get sick, obviously. But any kid that gets a fever, you give them like Tylenol, they're good. With her, if her temperature went above 102, her brain would be inflamed, so we had to go to the emergency room, and obviously emergency rooms are expensive. Any kid that'll fall down, which kids are kids, they fall down, they bonk their head, no big deal. With her, we were having to run concussion protocols. She was unresponsive a few times. Like it was so scary, man. Like you had to sleep with like one eye open and stuff, because she was prone to like falling out of bed. Like it was a different time growing up, man. But like I said, it was a scary 3 years until her skull hardened. But we're here today, and I'm just blessed and fortunate to have her here today. And I wouldn't do it any different, because again, she's here today, and I'm lucky enough to call myself a dad. So, when the face reveal, Z, if you go to my GoFundMe for the daughter or for my little one, you'll see my face there. Sorry, so you can talk now. Shit, time to go. Between Lin and Bard, which should I work on first? It depends. If you rally, Bard, 100%. If you just play field with your ranged, go Lin. Like Attack said. Rox, I'll get Z to make you his target practice too. Dude, Rox has beat me up since the very first island raid when it first came out. If Victor has max armaments, all garrison base, is he comparable or better than the current meta of Rigor Riven or Chasey Felix? On par with Chasey, at least 50% better than infantry. Heroes, IGG decides to. Yeah, no, that's. Yeah, if you can get Garrison, I would. If you can get Garrison attack. Garrison counter damage, or garrison skill damage, or squad attack / defense / lethality / block into each home slot. Okay, let's see. Z, what's the best garrison combo? Right now, I would say it's your Chasey Victor or Chasey Felix for single target garrison. Your Rigoro Rivens for multi. And then, yeah, your Victor's. If you can be lucky enough to get like a Victor Riven or a Victor Flex, then yeah, good for you. Don't chase the enemy, let them come to you. It's true. Does Victor make much difference being lead since his skills aren't specific on whatever he needs to be? So that's the thing, Sarcy, is that sorry, I was drinking water. That was dry. I've been talking for 3 hours now. So Victor is interesting, right? So you compare Victor with anybody, and he does extremely well. Victor leading in terms of like. I guess let me follow up with one question before I kind of move forward on that. Are you talking about Victor leading on Garrison, Sarcy? Like, are you adding on to Bane's question? Oh, God. Yeah, no, Brox has one particular MOB report I never want to see again in my life, but he still continues to hold on to. Do you just want mine? Do you need to go potty? Do you want me to heat up your soup real quick? Yeah. Okay, let me do that. Hey, everybody, can you get just Garrison? Okay, so I'm going to answer that real quick, and then everybody, you just have to give me like 60 seconds. I have to heat up the little one's soup. So the reason why Victor Garrison does really well, and this is the Garrison talent tree that I would use, is this right here. So increases squad defense by 20% after using a skill. This talent tree right here, so HP, defense, and attack along with this, all of your talent points right here, none of it goes to waste. If you go into like an infantry one, let's just go to like Rigoro. Right off the rip, you're already losing talent points to squad travel speed, for example. That's trash. And then all you're getting is that you're getting some rage here. So, like, basically, like, what you're looking at is that you lose 2 talent points to travel speed, and you get a little bit of rage regen. Where Victor, for example, he all of his talent points, it's just basically like what you're looking at is like you're looking at like the top tier and the top level of players, like where you have to like basically look at it where every point and everything that you're doing is optimized. This is optimized, it's useful. This is useful, this is useful, and this is useful as well. So everything is useful. Everything you're doing is useful. There's HP here that you're using. There's HP here. There's flank damage reduction, skill damage reduction. Like it's an all around great setup to have if you're using him. And then you could even flex. You can flex this, even get rid of some of this stuff to where you can get rid of like this here. Like if you're not doing multi rally garrison, you can go here, take this. You can 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 take this. You're gonna get the squad travel speed here. There's gonna be a little bit of that, but you can go here, and then I believe that you just finished off right here. Yeah, and then you have rage regen, rage regen, rage regen, defense, skill damage reduction, and attack and defense. It's just his flexibility. Like his talent tree is the best talent tree combination in terms of like a garrison all around. So he's just awesome all around in terms of like being a garrison leader. And then the fact that like if you take him as a garrison and you go nothing but garrison for his hones, if you go garrison counter damage and garrison skill damage and then squad lethality, squad block, squad attack, and squad defense, if you do that in every single hone slot to where he is nothing but a pure strict garrison hero, garrison lead, and it doesn't matter what troop type you use, then it doesn't matter if IGG releases a brand new ranged garrison hero, a new rider garrison hero, a new infantry garrison hero. It doesn't matter what they bring out in the future. You can put anybody behind him and all of those hones will benefit them. You can put Chasey behind him, you can put Louis behind him, you can put you can put not Bodala, sorry, but you can put you can put Riven behind him. You can put anybody you wanted behind him and it wouldn't matter. He can flex anybody that you want. And with those hones being garrison and squad specific, you have a garrison leader that flexes into all three troop types, and you have the best garrison hero lead that you possibly could moving forward. Yeah, no, Rocks, fuck you, buddy. What would you focus on in infantry TC between Riven or Stella for an all-around hero? Ooh. Neither. I would focus on Eddie. If you are more Garrison, Riven. If you're more Rally, Stella. Garrison, Rigoro, or Victor. If you're infantry-focused, Rigoro. If not, Victor. Victor's great even as an infantry garrison, just for garrisoning your base. I would say Awaken Victor just strictly for the fact that like you can use him on infantry garrisons, but like he's great for like your base garrison in general. Like it doesn't matter like what you're doing. Victor is just the best secondary to have for garrison on your base. Negan, that used to be the name of our old leader. Infantry focused parts and upgrade here to focus on. Okay, I got you. Copy that tree, Bane, and work on leader arms. Hold on. Board Rigoro and Ribbon. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. I don't need any of the helmets. My third infantry set, I'll show you again real quick. It's superb. The backpack's already done. Superb. And then it's just pants. I could make a third infantry set. It's just that it's all superbs. So I can't just make it basically. It's going to be a slow push, which I'm totally fine with. The reason why I'm totally fine with that too, though, is that I have... no, actually, I guess it's better to show you here. Like, I have 4, 6, 7, and this 3 mil it's fine because I have the hero skins. So my range tend to die. Yeah, I'm gonna go heat up the soup. Solo tree or multi-tree for Victor? Yeah. Multi-tree? Multi-tree, just remember this side right here. Solo tree. I'm gonna keep this up for a sec. I'm gonna go heat up that soup real quick. My little one's fine. I had other food in the room that she's been snacking on. She's just been wanting the soup because yeah, I made it last night and it's like her favorite soup. But it's not like she's been hungry, guys. Don't worry. She's had food. Don't worry. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go heat it up. 1 sec. 1 minute. Hey, right here.
I turned it off.
I know, that's fine. Okay. Sorry guys, I noticed what time it was. I had to give her some medicine again. Okay. Let's see.
You need a fish.
Oh, just click. Click on the screen with your mouse. And then click on that button. The one in the middle. There you go. There you go. Okay. Is Julia tank? Julia has high HP. Yes, you can tank. My Bodolatry. Yeah, I can show you my Bodolatry. It's the same thing as Miyamoto and a Dut. Nothing really to it. You don't need to worry about this talent point, though. That's my superb armament. But, I mean, I guess you can kind of put it elsewhere. You could put it, like, right here if you wanted. You can get more movement speed if you wanted as well. You can put it here if you wanted as well. I mean, it's the same. No, 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 no. She has a food. She has food attack. It's just that I got some soup as well, and it was sitting on my desk because I haven't eaten yet, or I hadn't eaten lunch yet, and her soup was downstairs because I got her. She has like these packets of like mini muffins and stuff that she has, and some other stuff that she wanted for breakfast. She's someone that's like, you ask her like, what do you want for breakfast, and she'll list off like 8 different items, and then she'll only eat like 4 of them, and then save like the other half for later. So I brought up all the stuff that she wanted. And so I was like, okay, you eat those first, and then I'll make your soup. But I'm going to keep it on the counter, and you eat the stuff that you asked for first, and then you can have this other stuff later. And so I was pretty much just waiting until she finished off all the rest of this other food first. So no, I was kind of waiting at the same time. I know I had mentioned I was going to heat it up. Hi, dude. No, it's the soup I made. So she likes it's kind of like fried cabbage. So you just kind of like make like a little bit of bacon, and then you like pan fry some bacon, but in like a pot, and then you put in cabbage with it to like soften it up, and then you put in andouille sausage with that to like pan fry it up also, and onions, and then you reduce. Then after that's all kind of like fried up together, then you just pour a shit ton of like beef stock and beef bouillon together into that, and then you put like Italian seasoning and what are those things called? Bay leaves, and then I put like mushroom soy sauce and some other stuff in it as well, and then you just kind of let that like simmer for like an hour and a half, so like everything like softens up, and then I'm half Filipino, so everything is like with jasmine rice, so she eats it with jasmine rice, but yeah, she loves that stuff. It's just like comfort food. It's winter time, so anything with like soup, she loves. What's up, baby?
I actually don't mind that salads in time.
That's fine. Just eat the sausages, or eat most of the sausages first. Is it true that parts upgrade is more efficient? Is it true that the parts upgrade is more efficient via special events, like equipment might instead of TC, because you get extra parts? Yes. So TC, like, it depends. So like with TC, you don't get much in terms of like rewards. So really, unless like you need the extra points for pushing TC, there are those TC part events that where like if you upgrade your TC parts, you get like the additional rewards basically, or additional part fragments basically, and those ones can be more rewarding to use it. Similar to like if you use honing chips during like the honing events, you can get more honing chips. It's a very similar methodology basically. You don't take the red shooting sequence on the right side. Which one? You don't take the talent shooting sentence, red left. Oh, gunfire sentence? No, not really, because it's only like a 2% increase. And mostly for like what I'm using my Bodala for, I don't necessarily really need it. So I'm using Bodala either as a lead for Eddie for like the HP shield break, or I'll use a Bodala Marco and then run an Eddie Bianca, or Eddie Bianca, which is actually usually what I'm running. What did I have it set up as now? I have it kind of flipped here. Usually I'm running, and I should set it back to this. I think I have it set up this way because of AOD, but this is usually how I have it set up. This is how I usually have it ran. And so because of that, I don't really care too much about the basic attacks. And then I also am running like Bodala on rallies. So I don't care too much about like the basic attack part as much as I care about like the tanky part. So I'm mostly kind of more inclined about the actual like tank factor. So the damage reduction here, and then because it's on tank, I'm usually keeping that squad up as long as possible, so the extra defense bonus. And then because I'm running it with Marco generally, that squad is bound to get targeted basically, and so I just take the bonus defense. Ooh, looks pretty, baby. is 2%. It's yeah. So the main power goes to Bodala Eddie, not to Marco Bianca. Yes. So the reason for that is that based on the testing that me and Brain did, defense actually increases the HP of shields. So let me answer it better. So shield factor, you can increase shield factor by increasing your defense. You can increase Rigoro's shield damage factor through attack. So like skill damage, for example, skill damage, all of these skill damages that you deal are increased the damage factor through attack. But shield factor is increased through defense, and healing is increased by HP. Well, obviously, because as you increase your HP, the healing part goes up. But yeah, shield factor increases through defense. And so I put my heaviest defensive armaments onto Bodala because then his shield deals more damage. And yeah. And then also because I have 1200 block on here, it's a high amount of damage mitigation and reduction. So his shield tends to stay healthy. So it deals a lot more damage as well. Oh, do you need the link to the GoFundMe? Oh, yeah, here. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I can put it in the description of this as well. I didn't put it there. I'm kind of all over the place today. Sorry. That's the GoFundMe. Sorry, guys. I guess I didn't realize that I didn't put it in the stream today. Oops. Save. Yeah, I've usually been putting it in my videos, but yeah, sorry. Yo, what's up, guys? What's up, Alpha? What's up, Rabbit? But yeah, I can kind of show you on the AOD part. I don't know if it doesn't go back far enough. I can't compete with some of these guys. These guys are crazy, man. But yeah, generally, oh, even my AOD stuff is kind of weird. That's weird. I thought usually, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So why is, I'm just going to do this real quick. Why is it set up like that? Because you should be with, hold on. Sorry, give me 1 sec. This is messed up. That's why this has me confused. This should be here. This should be here. Okay. Now that report looks better. Okay. So, yeah, this is yeah, okay. Anyways. Sorry, that kind of messed me up for a minute. Who has the best garrison in the game? But I would probably still assume Toto or Coco because they're the strongest players in the game. Yeah, I would assume Toto or Coco. Coco and Toto. Yeah, I would say strongest because I think both of their garages are somewhere close to about 5,000 firepower and firepower and protection each. Oh, does it really? Is that what's happening? Huh. Okay, thanks, Rox. I didn't notice that. Can I run Bodala as lead to Miyamoto as second? I run Miyamoto as leader and Bodala as... Yeah, it doesn't matter which one of those you... Actually, I would... So, here's the thing, Favor. So, I would actually run Bodala in front. So, anytime that you are running Bodala with a march, run Bodala first. And the reason for that is this talent right here. Increases skill damage by 7.5% for 6 seconds after using a skill. Bodala is not dealing skill damage with his rage skill. However, Miyamoto is, Adut is, Eddie is, other heroes Stella is, they're all dealing skill damage. So if you're running Miyamoto first, what you're doing is that Miyamoto is proccing this increases skill damage by 7.5% for 6 seconds, and then Bodala is then using his shield. You're not doing anything with it. As opposed to Bodala is using his shield and then increasing skill damage by 7.5%. And then Miyamoto is then using his rage skill increased by 7.5%. So yes, I would run Bodala in front of Miyamoto. 100%. Put Coco in Garrison, then he's off field. That's the only way to counter Coco, yes, is take him off the field. Same thing with Toto. I would have thought Safe Me be the strongest. We lose so many times in Region Wars. The reason why Safe Me loses is not having to do with Safe Me in general, but it is around the team that he plays. Safe Me's play style is the reason why Safe Me loses. Safe Me is a great player. His play style makes him a formidable player to play against. It's just that he does not have a team that complements his play style, nor does he... I would say they don't strategize around the fact that he's the player that he is. If they had a team, like for example, when Save Me was in SSI and they had Toto and Save Me on that same team, that meant that Toto could now garrison a tower or rally a tower. And then when Toto rallies a tower, Save Me and Toto can both swarm the tower. Like, that's unstoppable. If they just had that dynamic, then Save Me would win every single event. All Safe Me needs is a team that plays around Safe Me's play style to win every event. It's just that DHX doesn't currently. I wanted to, Craig. That's the thing, is that I said a while ago I was going to do an updated hero list. And then IGG has since then decided to release brand new heroes like every, feels like 6 weeks. So anytime somebody releases a hero list, it becomes pretty much outdated within a month or two. It is honestly how it feels like. So I don't know if I'm going to release hero lists more so than I would just say, like, players can kind of just come to me like this in fashion and ask, and I'm happy to answer. And also, I don't believe in the traditional tier lists that other people do, because other content creators pushed hold on one sec, I have a phone call. All right, guys, one sec. We're getting medicine for the little one. Okay, sorry. I had to see how much medicine we had left to give the little one. Okay, why don't I just give my opinions on the best team ups? Keep a short list for my guys if they get stumped sometimes. The best hero combos are maxing granny all players. Because it's kind of just like ever changing. Like that, like again, that's kind of the thing. And I don't really do, as I was saying, I don't really do traditional like hero tier lists. Is that I personally feel like traditional hero tier lists steer players in the wrong direction. A player goes, "Oh, this guy said that Miyamoto is an S tier hero. I'm going to build him." And then all of a sudden that player wants to be an infantry garrison main player and realizes, wow, I shouldn't have built Miyamoto. Or this player goes, wow, this person made Stella an S tier hero. I should build Stella. And all of a sudden they want to be an infantry garrison player, and all of a sudden Stella is not an S tier hero. And now they go, shit, I shouldn't have built Stella. So I don't make traditional hero tier lists. The tier lists that I make are role-based. So are you a garrison player? Are you a rally player? Are you a field player? And then from there, I make hero tier lists. So that I could do. But players, like, yeah, when they come to me and ask me for hero tier lists, like, hey, who's the best heroes, or who's the best infantry players? Who's the best ranged players? Who's the best rider player or heroes? Like, that's such a broad and general question, because again, are you a rally player for your alliance? Are you a garrison player? Are you a field player? Because the best heroes for somebody that's leading garrison are going to be apples and oranges for somebody that's leading rallies, like that kind of a thing. So it's not a one size fits all kind of thing here. And I think that players that make hero tier lists without keeping that in mind, I think personally steer players the wrong way. In my opinion, who's the best infantry field pair? Miyamoto. So for infantry field, Bodala, Miyamoto, Adut, Eddie, and Bianca are your 5 primary heroes that you want to build. Just those 5 in general. Bodala, Eddie, Adut, Miyamoto, and Bianca. Marco is also S tier, but it's super expensive. So in terms of cost efficiency, D tier. But in terms of effectiveness, S tier. What? What do you need? What do you need? I will in just a minute. Did you finish your food? Yeah. Here, bring it to me real quick. I can take some of those. Here, give me one sec, guys. I think she has a bay leaf in her soup I gotta take out real quick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see it. Let me take those out real quick.
They might be set on the bottom, too.
No, it's okay. I got it. I see it. Yeah, those ones you don't eat.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see that when I scooped it in there. Oh, let me take that out. There we go. And then if you see any more, just eat around it, okay? Okay? And here, you can have some of the sausages from mine too, okay? 1, 2. There you go. Oh. There you go. Love you. Okay, let's see. So for field battle, because of speed, have you considered Miyamoto as leader or Bodala as assistant? Because Bodala makes him last longer in battle. No. So Miyamoto, you would not lead. I just mentioned this a minute ago. Miyamoto should be secondary to Bodala every single day of the week because of this talent right here. So skillful firepower increases skill damage by 7.5% for 6 seconds after using a skill. You want Bodala to proc his rage skill first, which then would proc this talent, which then after doing so would allow for Miyamoto to have 7.5% bonus skill damage when he uses his rage skill immediately after Bodala procs that. So you want Bodala to lead Miyamoto every day of the week because of that. Can you explain a bit about Super Weapon on how to upgrade it correctly? Yeah, I mean, you got to win him in TC. You need the weapon cores in order to upgrade them. And in terms of like, are you asking like which heroes to like which order to upgrade transcend the skills of the heroes? Are you asking like what the requirements are? If you want to expand on that a bit more, Muhammad, I can answer it. I ask what they want to do. They said garrison, rally, or field, and then suggest if you want to field, fight, a dut, and tier. There is too much context to the question about which hero is best because it all depends on what you want to do. That's exactly right. Yo, what's up, Southern? Or Southerner? No, I mean, you're absolutely right, Alpha. Like I said, I think that there's heroes for sure that are like default go-tos that aren't necessarily a tier per se. I think that there are just default best heroes for roles, right? Like if you want to be infantry garrison, you're going to want to awaken Raigoro and Riven. If you're going to be infantry field, you're going to want your Bodalas, your Miyamotos, your Aduts, like that kind of thing. If you're going to want to be rider garrison, clearly you need your chases, that kind of a thing, right? If you want to be a ranged rally player, you need your bards, you need your Julias, that kind of a thing, right? Like there's your default heroes that you go for, and then from there, once you have your default heroes, then you go into a quote unquote tier system of what are the next best heroes to unlock at that point. But really, it's not too much of a tier system as much as it is like what are the most efficient and best default heroes for that. Because if you look at like what are the best heroes for those roles, then you already fill up all 5 of your squad marches at that point. What baby? What do you need? What? What you need? What you looking for? You need your water? Okay, what do you need? You're walking around. Look like you're looking for something. Do you want me to turn on a show for something? What do you want me to turn on? Do you want the remote? I can give you the remote. You want the remote? Here you go. Were you looking for the remote? You can just say that. You can have it. Hi, what do you think about the balance of the game? What do I think about the balance of the game? I think the game is pretty balanced. Would Bodal and Raigoro be hella tanky? Their shields don't cancel each other out. However, their shields don't stack. They're independent shields, and it becomes ineffective. So the reason why it becomes ineffective is that if the shields could stagger, you would have the best garrison in the game. But the shields don't stagger. And so this shield lasts for 3 seconds, and this shield lasts for 3 seconds. And what happens is that this shield procs, and then the next second, this shield procs. So you have 4 seconds of shields total, huh? Sorry, what?
Why didn't you find a remote?
Oh, it was on the floor or something. I can't remember where I found the remote. But you basically have 4 seconds of shield total. And even if you have, three rallies hitting Raigoro, or if you have Bodala leading, like you're going to be at like a 7-second at best skill rate or rage skill rotation, and that's if you're not getting silenced. And so then you have 3 seconds of full exposure. You don't have a bunch of skill damage being dealt because at best you have like Bodala's 15% shield health going out. Then you have his actual bonus counter damage happening, and other than that, it's just flat counter damage, which really isn't much at all. And so you don't have a lot of damage output happening. So at best, you're like super tanky you're really just not taking damage at all for 4 seconds, but you're not really dealing much damage at all either. And then after that, you're just super exposed. So it's really not that great. I've thought about that, but not that great. Specie regrets not taking Marco. He had seen your video where you said it was bad. I had said don't take Marco if you're the average free-to-play player in terms of spend. I think again, like if you watch the video in full context, I said if you're the average player, don't dump 1360 hero fragments into Marco unless you absolutely are sure that that's what you need, because the average free-to-play player or small spender likely only has one or two infantry heroes awakened, and if you spend 1360 hero fragments awakening Marco, then you miss out on awakening a Bodala and a Riven or a Regoro, anything like that. Like, you miss out on just a lot of opportunities funneling it into just one hero itself. And you really don't get a lot in return. And yeah, and really, like, all you're spending 1360 hero fragments for one skill is what you're doing. That's all you're doing at the end of the day. This is all you're investing it into. No one's doing it for an 80 rage reduction when rage skills require 1,000. That's not even a 10% rage reduction. No one's doing it for a 35% travel speed reduction. No one's doing it for a 27% squad attack or a 1,600 heal factor. Like, literally, you're only investing 1,360 hero fragments for a 47% HP reduction. So, again, if you wailed out for it, you wailed out for it. But your average player, no, this is not worth it at all. I like to put Bianca with a shield hero. Yeah, that's usually what I do as well. Bianca with Eddie for counter damage, and Eddie can keep him tanky, or Badala, because Badala can keep that shield going really quick with the extra rage regen. So if I make Miyamoto as an assistant Badala, I don't need the speed on his talent tree, right? Huh? You would take the same exact talent tree. Miyamoto and Bodala have the exact same talent tree. Infantry general skills. Infantry general skills. You would take the exact same talent tree. Which would be if you're gonna take Bodala. Whoops. If you're going to take Bodala Miyamoto, I would just go, like, you could take this right here. I mean, you can get this one for your last 3 points. You can put 3 there. You can put 3 there. I mean, honestly, if you're playing field, I would probably rather just take this one. This is what I would probably do, personally. Because if you reduce the enemy's travel speed with a basic attack, then that makes it to where all your other marches can keep up with it. It's a benefit for all your other marches. So if you're running Bodala, Miyamoto, or whatever have you, this is the talent tree that I would probably use. Yeah, that's exactly it, Hi Guy. You nailed it. He is great. That talent is absolutely great. It's 47% HP reduction is tremendous. It's just not, for the average player, not 1,360 hero fragments great.
I like this. I like this movie.
Oh.
It's for though.
That's awesome. Yeah, like you would get so much more usefulness out of a Bodala Bianca than a Marco, or than just investing in a Marco, because in the future state, like, if they release another hero that pairs well with Bianca, great, but then, because then you can take Bodala and flex him in with, like, an Eddie, or if they bring out somebody that pairs better with Bodala in the future, then you can run Bodala with that new hero, and you can take Bianca and put her behind Lin, or put her behind Miyamoto, or behind Eddie, or anybody else. There's just so much more flexibility. And Marco has flexibility because he's not restricted to just being behind infantry, since he doesn't have any infantry-specific talents, skills. But again, you're not spending 1,360 hero fragments for an array of skills. You're just spending 1,360 hero fragments for one. You could, Bane. Actually, in in Archipelago raid, 2 archipelagos ago. I don't know if I'm going to have... Let me see if I have the march. I don't think I have the march or the report. I thought I did. I thought I had saved it. But I had ran... I had actually ran with my main infantry armaments. I'd actually put all of my infantry armaments onto Marco and ran a Marco Louis. And what that was doing was that people would see the Marco, or I'm sorry, the Louis, and they would target the Louis but be hitting the Marco the whole time. And with the Louis skin, you have the increases squad attack by 10% and deals 10% more damage to squads with less than 20% of their squad size. So it's almost like an execute. And then on top of that, they had reduced HP. So it was just this combination in general was disgusting. So like they would target this march for the Louis, be reduced in HP, be dealing or be getting dealt AoE damage, and then if they were low on HP already, it would be like they're almost getting executed because of this ferocious state portion as well. So Marco Louis was one of my favorite pairs as well. That like when it ran like my strong armaments as well. That was also a really fun pair. It makes me think that I have 6 relics of Marco that I can't do anything with. What is Master Jin's usefulness? Eddie Jin is actually one of my all-time favorite infantry rally sets. It's just tried and true. Hold on. Where is you attacked? Eddie Jin is just, yeah, like one of my favorite. Oh, I deleted all my old ones. That's right. I accidentally deleted it in one of my streams. But yeah, it's one of my favorite pairs. Jin is just extremely viable all around for like infantry because he gives so much attack and defense and rage regen. You could also use him with Stella, but I think the Bodala, like if awakened, just provides so much tankiness for like a tank rally and stuff. But if you wanted to go on the offense, the attack, the 55% attack and the rage regen would kick up Stella's damage by quite a bit also with her skill damage. Yeah, Rox, you're going to have to get some bruises on your kneecaps with IGG if you're going to want to use those relics at this point, buddy. Yeah, Bianca gives move speed. Does extremely well. So, yeah, there's a lot of flexibility. What's the best garrison for your headquarters? Whatever your best infantry set is, plus Victor. Yup. Tempting to be garrison and field. I understand I need to change my garrison homes. Awakened. Adut, Budala, Miyamoto, Bianca, Thunderpants. Okay, let's see. So Miyamoto, Adut, Thunder. And you said that you are garrison and field. Okay. So let's check a couple things first here. Okay. What region? 318. Okay. Let's see. Good. For garrison, I would recommend getting these to level 5 each as soon as possible. It's going to be cheap for you to do in terms of resources, but you'll net a good amount of protection out of it. Rather than trying to drive this up. It'd be a good thing to do, especially since you're running arranged and rider marches as well. You'll get the benefit for those, but the protection bonus that you'll have on garrison will be beneficial also. Let's take a look at your armaments. You said that you had to do some rehoning also soon, so I'm assuming that this is probably going to be your set. Yeah. So squad travel speed I would get rid of. Yeah, rally basic I would get rid of. Okay, so that's the only things that I would say here is get rid of the squad travel speed, and then the one other thing that I would do is get rid of this garrison basic attack damage. Garrison basic attack damage, and I will, let me go back to my trusty art page. So if you are a tower, this is you and your tower right here, and you are being attacked by 3 rallies. This is your first rally hitting you, second rally, and third rally, right? Green is going to represent basic attack damage. These 3 are dealing basic attack damage to you. You're dealing basic attack damage to them. Counterattack damage, you're dealing counterattack damage to all 3 of these. He's dealing counterattack damage to you. Skill damage, all 3 are dealing skill damage, and you're dealing skill damage to them. So you can see that your garrison basic attack damage that you're dealing, which is the green again, so green is basic. This one is skill damage, and then blue is counter damage. So you can see with your basic attack damage garrison hone, you're only dealing it to 1 target. As opposed to if you had counter damage, you'd be dealing it to 3 targets. So on garrison, you don't want garrison basic attack damage hones. You want garrison counter damage attack, or garrison counter damage attack hones. You don't want garrison basic attack damage hones. Stay away from those. You can take garrison skill damage hones because that's where most of your damage will come from, even though you're only dealing it to 1. Even though you're only dealing it to 1 target. It's where most of your damage will come from, since it does about, on average, 10 to 20 times the amount of damage as the other 2. Really 10, because you have to think that, like, this is one amount, so you add them together. So really it's about 10 times the amount of damage. But yeah, in terms of garrison hones, only really go for garrison counter damage as your main primary one, and then secondary tier get skill damage, but stay away from basic attack. So going back to here, I would take away the garrison basic attack damage hone. Take away your move speed hones, and then yeah, just if you're gonna get garrison hones, get garrison counter damage hones. But mostly just stick to infantry squad defense, infantry squad attack, squad defense, and then lethality and block hones. What's a good Rider Siege rally? Is Bella Sven still current? Bella Sven is still current. Sven is still really strong. However, I think Felix Sven, if I remember right, outperforms it. Bella Felix does really well also. Rox, you're gonna have to help me out here, because I don't see many Rider rallies anymore. I know it's Bella Felix, Bella Sven, Felix Sven I've seen also. But honestly, mostly, like, you don't see many Svens, because most people have kind of caught on to the fact that, like, you need a tank rally with, like, infantry using Stella. And then from there, you don't really need a tank, which is what Sven was for. And so at that point, you just go all out raw damage. So you're using, like, your Chasey Felixes, your Chasey Mays, your Felix Mays, your Felix Bellas, your Elenas, that kind of thing. So if you need to tank, then put Sven into the mix. If not, then just keep Sven out of it and just go raw damage. I would say I'm in a meeting doing a paint to explain to my colleagues. Every country for Eddie to last longer in battle, which heroes should I match with him except Bodala? Bianca. Miyamoto does well. Eddie Miyamoto does well. I mean, Eddie Adut does well too, because she gives defense on you. Adut Eddie does well because then you get the skill talents, but then you also get defense on her rage skill. And then here you also get up to 40% defense also, so up to 70% defense keeps them alive. Miyamoto reducing their skill damage that they deal and reducing their HP along with his HP reduction does really well also. So Plus his move speed keeps him alive. So other than that, you're Bianca. Now the rally rider is more Felix Chasey over Felix Fenn. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I feel like I see more Felix Chasey's, and also on top of that, like Chasey has so much like damage reduction. Yeah, like reducing the skill damage taken. She has like the charm, and then her weapon reduces and she has the 15% damage reduction as well on her weapon, or up to 15% flat damage reduction, plus charm is an additional 10%, so up to 25% damage reduction. Like so like really just the damage reduction that Chasey brings out is already higher than the 15% that Sven brings. Plus she brings so much damage on top of it. So okay, so let me circle back to you, Negan. I'm sorry. Infantry focus, please guide on the parts, upgrade, and next hero to focus on. Okay, so parts. HP, infantry HP you want to get first. If you are infantry focused, get your infantry HP up first and foremost. It's going to scale you the hardest. So get these to white, your infantry HP to white first on both. Did you say what heroes you have? Miyamoto, Adut, Thunder, Riven, Lin. Oh, Miyamoto, Adut, Thunder, Riven. Then from there, I would say yeah, you're like get Bodala up, get Eddie up. So I can type this. So white HP parts for infantry. ASAP, Bodala, and Eddie awakened. Next. Riven's awakened. So if Raigoro isn't awakened, Raigoro ASAP for Garrus. Lead. And then let's take a look at your armaments real quick. I think this is one that we already looked at, that we were talking about. Yeah, the armaments are good here. Just remove the squad travel speed. And then the garrison basic attack. Remove garrison basic attack homes and move speed homes. Focus on infantry / squad attack, defense, lethality, block, and if garrison homes we take okay, there we go. For Eddie to last longer, sure. Thank you, aka Drunk. Thank you for all the questions you've answered so far. I appreciate. Last question of the day: which heroes debuff the opponents? Sure. So you got Charm from Chasey. You got Marco HP reduction. I think doesn't Catherine? Maybe it's Cynthia. I'm thinking of. I think it's Cynthia, right? Miyamoto reduces enemy HP and reduces enemy skill damage. Trying to think. Eddie reduces HP on his awakened skill on a shield break. Julia obviously silences. Jacob, he where's it at? Dance with the Eagle reduces the attack if he's on garrison. Bella increases the damage that the enemies take. Thunder reduces the enemy's attack. Cynthia, this is the one. So she reduces the where is it? reduces the target's squad attack and travel speed with her rage skill. Jaden debuffs them as well, reduces the defense. Lee reduces the attack, defense, and HP. Tom reduces the enemy target's damage by 15%. I don't remember. Does Chun? Anyways, there's quite a bit. There like my point is that there's a lot. Robert reduces the target's HP by 25%. Johnny cuts the healing effect. I think May does travel speed. There's a lot. Yes, Southerner, I did talk about making videos reviewing accounts, and actually the very beginning of this stream and the beginning of the last stream. So this stream started before this stream, and then my computer restarted with a Windows update. I got trolled by a Windows update, so I restarted the stream. But yes, that's what this stream is. So to give you context, instead of making individual videos reviewing player accounts, I'm actually just going to stream it's either going to be every couple of days or like once a week, whatever have you. Probably just on the weekends when I have like free time because I'm just gaming all day anyways. But I'm just going to stream it instead. That way, like as I'm reviewing your account, you can just actively ask questions to like help you understand like the feedback that I'm giving you. That way, like I can expand on those questions. If I was to just make a video and just outright say, oh, do this, oh, do that, like we run the risk at that point of you not really understanding why I'm telling you to do certain things, or make that connection or make the light bulbs kind of appear in your head as to like why, maybe I'm steering you a certain direction. And if you don't really understand the core details and the core reasoning as to why you're being advised to do something, then you haven't really learned anything. You're just being told to do something. And so you haven't really grown as a player. So that doesn't really help you as a player at all. So I've decided to make it more of a live stream, open forum type thing like this, where you as a player can come to the stream, you can post your account, you can send me the arena reports, you can ask your questions, do anything like that. And we can kind of have more of like a back and forth discussion on it. That way, any questions that you have are likely questions that other players have, and then at that point we can educate everybody at that point, and it kind of helps everybody out. Oh, by saying white parts ASAP, what I mean by that is just like get your I noticed here that like he's going for like gold here, for example, and gold here, but then gold here also. I just meant like get your white HP first. That's what I meant by ASAP. I didn't actually mean like just like rush that. I just meant like get like white HP first, because I saw the gold attack first. I just kind of meant like set that aside and do the HP first. Yeah. That's what I meant by white parts ASAP. Yes. So for yours, so since you're an infantry focused player, but you have a ranged march here, and then you didn't have a rider one, but you did have a ranged. So this is kind of similar to like the other ones that I've seen. You already have two garages above level 10, so it's kind of getting to the point where it's pricier. I would get these to level 5 first. So level 5, level 5, level 5, level 5, and I'll show you the reason why you should do that. If you go down here, you'll see that you're at 1272 and 1280. So if you get those to level 5, from level 1 to level 5, you'll jump up 120 in value. So times 2, because you're going to do it for 2 of them. So 2 attack, 2 defense for the other 2 troop types. So 240 on each. So that'll increase your firepower and your your firepower and your protection by 240 each, and it'll be extremely cheap to do so. And it'll be much cheaper to do so, to raise your values a total of 480 points, as opposed to going from level 11 and what was it? I think it was... let me go back to yours. 11 and 12. In order for you to go up 240 in value at 11 and 12, you would have to go from level 12 to level 950, or from level 12 to level 16. So from here to here is only 190. So you'd have to go from level 12 to level 16. So that's 4 levels also anyways. So you can imagine how expensive that is. Yes, you're going to get a shit ton of attack. You're going to go up 12% attack and 12% defense in the other one. But that's a ton of resources as well. And the scaling, like the bonus damage that you're going to get in terms of like bonus attack, or I'm sorry, the bonus multiplier from barrage fire and stuff, or the extra damage that you're going to mitigate by making sure that your opponent doesn't have that bonus barrage fire, it's just going to be basically a huge added bonus. Because you can see like they're down at 385, 525 down here. So you getting an extra 280 is going to put you up at like 1600 in both of these values. And that's just going to return you a lot of extra bonus scaled damage anyways. Then once you get those to level 5, then I would probably push the other ones up. And what you can do at that point as well is, if you notice, you'll see that from level 11, or let me see here, from level 12 to level 13, it's a 3% jump. 25 to 28. 28 to 31 is 3%. 3%. Then there's a 3.5% jump from 15 to 16. Then it cuts to 2.5%. So you really want to push to level 16 and then stop. So once you get these other ones to level 5, you can then push them if you want to like level 10 and then stop. But once you get them to level 5, I would say you can push like your firepower one to level 16, stop, because you get this 3.5% jump in a bonus value basically. Stop there because it's a 2.5% bump to the next one, so you don't get nearly, like that jump. And then either push the other one or push the other values to level 10. You can kind of go about it a few different ways. I was garrison, but now not needed as much. That's why I still have garrison hones, but I'm moving to field more. What advice? Sure, I've done the exact same thing. I mean, you're pretty much in the same boat that I've been in. So, okay, so starting off with hones. So obviously let's get rid of the garrison hones first and foremost, because if you're not garrisoning, it's not serving you any purpose. In terms of like move speed, you have 3% move speed. That's not, you're not going to see that in the field. It's not like it's 20%. So this is really like nothing as well. So change this one, change your garrison hones. From there, create a baseline. You have some values that are hovering around the 3% value. So maybe set a 4% baseline or 40. So what I mean by that, we're going to go back to our trusty screen here. If you haven't seen my armament value video, you're going to create a baseline. I'm going to say BL. And it's going to be a 4% baseline or 40. So that means that you want 40 lethality or block. That's a B, by the way. Or 4% or higher defense or attack. So when we come back to your hones here, anything that you see that's under a 40 value or 4%, starting with your lowest value. So starting with this 3%, then moving to 35, then 36, or 35, then 36 and such. You kind of get the point. Start with your lowest value because that has the highest range of value to be able to increase. Get it to at least a 4% or a 40. Lethality or block, or 4% or higher attack or defense, and do that. But start off with your garrison hones. Get those to an infantry or squad attack, block, defense, or lethality, and then do that. Now with your other marches, or garage, I should say, same thing. You're already at 10 on both of these. Get these other ones to level 5. It's going to be cheap as hell to do. From there, like your firepower is already way high up than their protection and such. You're balanced here on the 10-10. So maybe push like your firepower one or your attack up to like level 12 to 14, somewhere in that range. Take a look at your protection. If you're still doing well for your alliance and like your average, based on like the average of what your opponents are that you're matchmaking against, then you can continue pushing firepower. If you notice, based on the opponents that you're matching in IR, AR, GW and such, that they all have more firepower than your protection and everybody is getting barrage fire against you, then maybe start pushing more protection to balance it out and remove that. But other than that, yeah, that's how I'd approach it. Keep pushing firepower until all of your opponents have the barrage fire effect, and then balance it out. Hero wise, or sorry, let's look at, yeah, parts wise, you're doing good. You're getting your parts to white on infantry. Armaments. It looks like you just didn't have your armaments equipped. So, yeah, baby. Yeah, almost done. I mean, same thing here. It looks like you have like some garrison, some rally hones on this. I guess just figure out if you're going to be using ranged for rally, remove the garrison hones. If you're not going to be garrisoning or rallying, and this is going to be field, remove both of them. You're kind of running the same issue here. So I mean, you kind of get the consensus. What it is, just remove the garrison and rally hones. Low power is better than no power. So even if they end up as purple hones, 2% attack is better than an empty hone that's not, serving you in the field because it's stuck as a rally or a garrison. Bodala. Let's see. I mean, hones are good. It doesn't seem like you have anything that's really like standing out. You do have like the one garrison hone, or was it here, that probably isn't serving you, but I mean, that's kind of it. Everything else looks to be honed pretty well. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to really say to it. Everything's honed pretty well, so you obviously know what you're honing and doing. So, yeah, no, like, looks good. Garage is all tier 3. It looks like you're focusing on the infantry side. I would keep pushing those to level 10. Parts wise, if you are pushing infantry, I'd probably get the HPs to gold first. But other than that, yeah, it looks good. Okay, holy cow, you guys are typing a lot. I gotta catch up. Light bulb hit, question solved, been watching for 2 hours plus. White parts, I'm from the team, white bag first. Yeah, I mean, you can. You can. I here's the thing, Rocks, we're boomers. You can white bag first, but because you can get like squad damage and squad damage reduction like on your armaments and like defense, block, and protection are all squad damage reduction. Lethality, firepower, and attack are all squad damage. And you can get all of that from your other, like 3 other areas as well. And so much of those values also that it's so expensive to get these for such a small value that I would rather just get these. Like HP 15%. Where are you going to get 15% HP? I can't get 15% HP in my garage. I can't get 15% HP from hones. I can only get 15% HP from basic attributes, which is going to require me to get basically like, because they're not on the standard pieces, I'm going to have to superb 5-star something or get a device 5-starred as well in order to get that also. But I can get a lot of attack for squad damage. I can get a lot of defense for squad damage reduction. I can get a lot of block and lethality for squad damage or squad damage reduction. I can go into here and a 5% squad damage reduction and an 8% squad damage, or 3%, that's 8%, 5% squad damage. That's 8% squad damage and 8% squad damage reduction. That's almost 1 full white part on just 4 hones. And it would have taken so many parts and so long to get this one white part here, as opposed to just getting those 4 hones. So, I don't know, man. I'm kind of in the boat where it's just like, I'd rather just get like the HP first. Because that's 30% HP. I'm not getting 30% HP anywhere. And like, and yes, like that's squad damage reduction and squad damage. So like that applies to all of them. But at the same time, like again, like I'm in the boat where it's like I focus on one infantry I focus on one armament set. So it may be like that may be super beneficial for all my marches, but I give a fuck less about my riders, for example, man. Like my riders don't come to the forefront if I'm trying to hold a garrison against a triple rally, you know? Oh yeah, happy to help you guys out anytime. Julie event is the best for workshop. Yep. Thank you for the feedback. I'll send you mine fully free to play account in next stream. Only playing on my phone, so I can't. Oh no, no worries at all, Southerner. Orange parts on my back. Arms easier to get than parts. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's luck based for sure, but if it hits, it hits, and when it hits, it does hit. And like you can get a shit ton of attack and a shit ton of defense from your workshop. You can get a shit ton of attack and defense from here, and those things are damage and damage reduction. And so, especially if you're like you're one troop or one march focused, or one armament set focused, or one squad pair focused. Like if you're a rally leader, you don't really give a shit about your 4 other marches. You just want your rally to trade well. If you're a garrison leader, you don't really give a shit about your other marches. You just want your garrison to hold. And so, yeah, like you kind of have to invest there. A sheet by community is done for workshop to get compared. Hey Rox, can you send me that sheet by chance, man? Can you send that to me on Discord, please? And on the stream at the same time. You're good, Southerner. Like the title says, man, it's a couple brews and count reviews. It's Saturday, man. I'm drinking too. Hey, welcome, Kit. Yeah, happy to help, James. Both HP is the same, James. Doesn't matter. On Marco pants, I need to upgrade. I don't see as an option in superb boxes. So if you are upgrading the Marco pieces are upgraded by the legacy ones. So if I upgrade this Marco's headband, I'm upgrading it with the anti-blast helmet. If I'm upgrading the Marco's rifle, I'm upgrading it with the barbed machine gun. If I'm upgrading the Marco's military boots, I'm upgrading it with the iron armored boots. Marco's combat vest, anti-blast armor, etc., etc. I didn't get the Marco's, Marco's combat pants. I don't have an extra superb pants to show. But Marco's backpack, back armor, for example. Awesome. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you, my guy. Yep. Happy to help. Shit, guys, we've been here for 5 hours. There goes my Saturday. But no, this is what it's been for. I mean, if I'm not doing this, I'm playing freaking, like I said, I'm playing Marvel Rivals all day. So I'm happy to help. No, happy to help, Minnie. Yeah, if you guys need anything else, I'll show you guys. Region 164. I'm in FIB. We rotate Metro, so don't try to click on the Metro and find me, but I'm in FIB. If you go to FIB, I'm right here. Right here. You can just send me a message. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. I wasn't looking for your PM. I went to close out of this PM here. I kept seeing that icon. But yeah, I got you, Rox. I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, on that note, it's nighttime now, and I haven't even eaten lunch, so I'm gonna go eat some food. The girlfriend should be home. Oh, she's calling me, actually. Hold on. Hold on one sec, guys. Hello? Okay. Sorry, guys. Trying to make sure we get the right medicine because she's so picky about which kind she gets. She hates so many different flavors. Region 225 says hello. So some players you played with before. KTA. 225. Who have I played with? KTA. 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 Oh god, I've been playing this game too long. Oh god, I've been playing this game too long. I feel like I recognize some of these names, but then I don't at the same time. I recognize profile pictures more than I recognize names. Nothing says I'm a boomer than my name in the game. Dude, nothing says I'm a boomer in this game than my name as well, because I can't... You have to have 3 characters in a name now. I can't even have my name in the game, even if I wanted to. So if I try to change my name, I need to have at least 3 characters. I can't have my name anymore. You can't even have my name. Monster sent me here, clicked and subbed. I appreciate it, Minnie. Oh, nice. Yeah, I started in Region 23. A double-digit OGs. Look at us. Well, cool, guys. Like I said, I'm going to go get some food. I'm freaking starving. I planned to do this for like an hour or 2, and it's been 5 hours. So, yeah. It has been a day, for sure. Appreciate y'all checking out the channel. Appreciate y'all checking out the stream. Just anticipate me doing these. This is a lot easier for me to do than the videos themselves. It's much easier for me to just get on here and help you guys with these types of live streams and such. I'm usually on the official Discord, like helping in the Heroes and Armaments channel. Anyways, so being able to just kind of like jump on here and stream and have like an open forum like this is a lot more my style and a lot more up my alley than, you know, just making like a video. Because then again, like I said, it's harder to answer questions and open-ended questions and stuff. So just anticipate me having more live streams like this. If you guys like this type of a format, we could probably make it even more formalized. I kind of do want to like get back into streaming like I used to, like way back in the day. I used to actually be pretty big on Twitch when I was like 18 years old. I kind of want to like get back into just like streaming games because like I literally just play games all day long. So if you guys want to watch me play other games, we can discuss that in the future. And I might kick up a Twitch channel again to do so. That's separate from YouTube. But again, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate y'all being here. It is almost, or it's after 5 o'clock now. So I got to get dinner started because the little one ate the last of my soup. So I got to get dinner started and stuff. But like I said, appreciate you guys being here. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. And yeah, if you guys do like this kind of format and setup, leave me a comment below, send me a message or something in game, and we'll just plan on me doing this. Thank you guys. You all have a good night. Yeah, thanks, Hi Guy. Thanks, Minnie, Negan, Southerner, Yashad, everybody here. You all have a good night. Have a good weekend. Hope you guys had a good holiday, and I'll see you guys soon. Talk to y'all later.